Good evening, everyone. There's a lot of excitement in the room. We're going to get started. Good evening, President Carver, members of the governing board, Superintendent Finch, Mrs. Taylor, district staff, and our room buzzing with special guests. Before we all head off for spring break, there's much to celebrate. Kicking off our recognitions tonight are our final schools that earned top marks on their report cards for their education they provide for students for the 2024-2025 school year. With a grand total of 27 A-rated schools, DVUSD is once again recognized as an A-rated district by the Arizona Department of Education, or ADE, and approved by the State Board of Education. When the Arizona Department of Education released the A through F letter grades, we learned that 93% of DVUSD schools were either A or B rated, meaning they were considered A, a highly performing, excellent rated school, or B rated, highly performing. ADE uses 5 quantifiable factors to determine letter grades that are approved by the Arizona State Board of Education. They compare student growth from year to year, proficiency on the AASA or ACT test results, English proficiency and growth, indicators measuring if an elementary student is ready for success in high school, and if a high school student is ready for success in career or higher education, as well as high school graduation rates. Tonight, we are celebrating 6 of our extraordinary schools. Principals, I will read a brief statement about your school. Please come forward and be congratulated by Superintendent Finch and the governing board. We will take a photo with each of you in your banner. Following that photo, you may roll it up and proudly display it at your schools. First up tonight is Sonoran Foothills School. Sonoran Foothills is incredibly proud to once again be recognized as with an A rating from the Arizona Department of Education. Proud Principal Samantha Colangelo noted that this distinction reflects not just a single year of strong performance, but a sustained tradition of excellence. Sonoran Foothills has earned an A rating every year that the state has issued letter grades for the schools. This is a testament to the consistency, commitment, and collective effort of our entire school community. An A rating represents high levels of student achievement, measurable academic growth, and dedication to ensuring that every student is progressing. At Sonoran Foothills, we believe in excellence is not accidental. It is the result of intentional systems, collaborative professional learning communities, data-driven instruction, and a relentless focus on both academic and social and emotional development. What makes Sonoran Foothills stand out is our people. Our teachers hold high expectations while building strong, meaningful relationships with students. Our support staff, specialists, and intervention teams work tirelessly to ensure that no child falls through the cracks. Our families partner with us to reinforce the importance of learning and character at home. And our students rise to the challenge, demonstrating resilience, curiosity, pride, and their growth every day. We are committed to not only achievement, but growth, meeting students where they are and moving them forward. Through structured collaboration, targeted interventions, clear learning goals, and a positive school culture through tracks, we created an environment where students feel safe, supported, and challenged. This A belongs to every staff member, every student, every family who contributes to the success of Sonoran Foothills. It's a celebration of collective excellence and a reminder that when we work together with purpose, student growth and achievement will follow. Congratulations, A-rated school, Sonoran Foothills School. Our next school tonight is Sunset Ridge School. Principal Megan Piles had this reflection of the Hawks earning their A for the 2024-2025 school year. Receiving an A rating from the Arizona Department of Education is a tremendous accomplishment for Sunset Ridge and reflects the drive and determination of our students. Their effort, resilience, and willingness to rise to expectations each day are what truly makes this achievement possible. It highlights our teachers' commitment to providing meaningful support and engaging instructional experiences for every student. Their consistency, collaboration, and high expectations create classrooms where students are challenged to grow academically and personally. An A rating is not just a letter. It represents teamwork, perseverance, and a shared belief that every student can succeed. Sunset Ridge is proud of this accomplishment and remains committed to maintaining and building upon this standard of excellence. Congratulations, A-rated school, Sunset Ridge School. Next tonight is Terramar Academy of the Arts. The Terramar Titans are beaming with pride for their A rating. School principal Tessa Garcia had this to say about being an A-rated school. Being an A-rated school means that a strong team has a shared vision, a solid foundation, and has come together to support student success. At Terramar, this achievement reflects the hard work and dedication of our entire community. We also want to recognize former principal Miss Weiser for building the strong foundation that has allowed Terramar to continue to grow and flourish. Our success is rooted in both strong academics and clear behavioral expectations. Through our Titan expectations, we work with each student to meet their individual needs while building a culture of respect, responsibility, and perseverance. Terramar's staff is deeply committed to doing what's best for students, and that dedication is visible in our classrooms every day. An A rating doesn't happen by chance. It happens when everyone does their part. When you step into Terramar's campus, you will see a community working together to ensure every student has the opportunity to succeed. Congratulations, A-rated school, Terramar Academy of the Arts. Felicidades to the Toros of Union Park for earning their A rating from ADE. Union Park's team had this reflection on their latest A rating. Earning an A rating is a tremendous accomplishment for Union Park. It reflects the collective dedication of our entire school community. This achievement represents the hard work, commitment, and shared vision of our teachers, staff, students, parents, and community partners. Our educators consistently place student success at the center of their work, dedicating countless hours to planning, instruction, and support. Our families play an essential role by partnering with us and investing in their children's academic and personal growth. Most importantly, our students demonstrate resilience, determination, and commitment to learning each day they walk onto our campus. This recognition is not the result of an individual effort, but a united commitment to excellence. It truly takes a collaborative community to reach this level of success, and we are proud of what we have accomplished together. We celebrate this A rating with gratitude and look forward to building with momentum in the years ahead. Congratulations, A-rated school, Union Park School. Next up, Village Meadows Elementary School. Principal Melissa Weinman had this reflection on the Vikings navigating the seas together to their A rating. We are proud to share that Village Meadows Elementary, a Title I school, has earned an A rating from the Arizona Department of Education. This distinction reflects the intentional work, unwavering dedication, and shared commitment to our students, staff, and families to high levels of academic achievement and growth. For our school community, earning the highest possible letter grade is especially meaningful. As a Title I campus, we serve diverse populations of learners, many of whom benefit from additional academic and social supports. This recognition affirms when strong standards-aligned instruction is paired with targeted interventions, high expectations, and a culture of care, all students can achieve at exceptional levels. It is a testament to the belief that demographics do not define destiny. This success is a direct result of highly effective teaching and a relentless focus on student learning. Our teachers collaborate regularly, analyze data, refine instructional practices, and ensure that every child receives the support they need to grow. Our paraprofessionals, specialists, office staff, and support teams play a vital role in creating a safe, structured, and engaging learning environment where students can thrive. Equally important, our families continue to be essential partners, supporting attendance, reinforcing learning at home, and maintaining strong communication with our school. While we celebrate this important milestone, we remain firmly committed to continuous improvement. Our focus moving forward is to sustain this level of excellence while deepening our work in early literacy, strengthening student engagement, and continuing the support of the academics, social, and emotional development for every learner we serve. On behalf of the Village Meadows team, thank you to our governing board and the district leadership for your ongoing support and investment to our school community. This achievement belongs to all of us, and we look forward to building on this momentum in the years ahead. Congratulations, A-rated school, Village Meadows Elementary School. And stampeding into the final A rating of the year is West Wing School. Shelley Schubert, West Wing's proud principal, had this reflection on the Mustangs' work toward this year's A rating for their school. It is with a profound honor for West Wing School to stand before you tonight to celebrate earning an A rating from the Arizona Department of Education. This award reflects the dedication, heart, and spirit that define our school. This is not merely a data point. It is a culmination of a year-long journey marked by high expectations and a commitment to engaging our students. We are deeply grateful for our parents whose support at home and active partnership with our PTSA have been instrumental in fostering an environment where our students can truly flourish. At the core of this success is simple, powerful truth. At West Wing, Mustangs learn, grow, and succeed, reaching high growth to earn an A rating, and we are proud of our students and grateful for our teachers' commitment to them. Congratulations, A-rated school, West Wing School. Next, we move on to a coach who is making a name for herself and her coaching at the national level. 24 high school coaches from across the country were selected as the 2024-2025 National Coaches of the Year by the NFHS Coaches Association. The NFHS, which has been recognizing coaches through an awards program since 1982, honors coaches in the top 10 girls and top 10 boys sports by participating numbers, and 2 other sports, one for boys and one for girls, that are not included in the top 10 listings. The NFHS receives nominations from its member state associations, which often work with the state coaches associations in their respective states. This year, DVUSD is proud to have one of these 24 coaches selected as a National Coach of the Year, Sandra Day O'Connor's girls and boys beach volleyball head coach, Jamie Sparks. She has a very long history of success that I'm going to go over now, so if you wanted to stay seated, we have a lot to say about you, Jamie. Over the past 10 years, Jamie Sparks has built a dynasty, as the Eagles are now 133-10 overall under Sparks and have won 4 straight state titles. In 2025, the Eagles went a perfect 16-0 while winning the Division I state championship. If that wasn't enough proof from the sand, the Eagles have won 59 straight matches dating back to 2021 And Sparts was named the Division I Section 4 State Coach of the Year in 2022, 2023, and again in 2025, as well as the Arizona Central Coach of the Year during those same years. While wins are nice, Sparts said that her goal is to create a positive and supportive environment where players take ownership of their growth, strive for excellence on the court and in the classroom, and gain confidence through every challenge. She stated, "My coaching philosophy is rooted in helping athletes believe in themselves as athletes, students, and individuals. I'm passionate about giving guidance to the young athletes to recognize their potential and develop essential life skills on such determination, discipline, passion, work ethic, and teamwork." If that wasn't enough, O'Connor's athletic director believes she's even more than that. Greg Carroll's own words are, "Coach of the nation, leader of the Eagles." Huge congratulations to Jamie Sparts and the entire Sandra Day O'Connor volleyball family. What an incredible and well-earned honor. As the Eagles head into the spring season, chasing a 5th consecutive state championship, there is no better time than now to celebrate the leader who laid the foundation and continues to raise that bar. Being named the National Coach of the Year for girls volleyball is a testament not only to the wins, but to the culture, leadership, and legacy that she's built from day one. Beyond the banners and the streaks, what truly sets this program apart is the standard of confidence, accountability, discipline, and growth on and off the court. This is the kind of culture that doesn't happen by accident. It's built intentionally, daily, and with purpose. Here's to 10 years of teams she has led, 10 years of building, 10 years of belief, and a legacy. Congratulations to the NFHS National Coach of the Year, Jamie Sparts. Flying high and building a legacy of their own is the Eagles O'Connor's Pom team with our next award. The Eagles Pommies took on the challenge of the AIA Division I State Championship and came home with the hardware for their small pom performance. With a score of 93.1 total points, nearly 5 points higher than their second place finishers, the Eagles proved that their hard work and dedication all season long paid off. Their coaches had this to say about their reflection on the season and their winning performance. "We are so very proud of their dedication, hard work, and the team of these dancers. They started preparing over the summer and continued fine-tuning each section on the routine until November, where they first started competing. Winning the state championship felt like every early morning practice, every extra moment of hard work, and every push to help this team grow, not only as dancers, but as a team, was completely worth it. Congratulations to the D1 Small Pom State Champions, Sandra Day O'Connor High School's Pom team." It's not just athletics making a name for themselves at Sandra Day O'Connor High School. The academics offered throughout the school are also landing awards of their own. The school staff was recently recognized for their success in expanding access to the AP coursework and improving college readiness for their graduates. The Eagles were honored with the 2025 Bronze AP Honor Roll Award. The O'Connor admin team had this reflection on their work toward ensuring that the graduates are prepared for their life after graduation. O'Connor High School is proud to be recognized as an AP 2025 Bronze Honor Roll school. This marks the second consecutive year that the school has earned this distinction, and it's a testament to the dedication and hard work of its students and our teachers. To receive this award, a school must meet several criteria. At least 40% of students must take an AP course before graduation. 25% or more of their graduating class must earn a score of a 3 or higher on an AP exam. And at least 2% of students must complete 5 AP courses over their 4 years of high school, with at least one taken during their 9th or 10th grade years. Notably, 18% of last year's graduating class from O'Connor completed 5 AP courses during their time of their schools. Building on this achievement, O'Connor's goal is to earn a silver status next year. Congratulations, AP Bronze Status School, Sandra Day O'Connor High School. Speaking of successful students, we have 2 in the audience tonight who have been buzzing with success with their ability to spell. The first of these is DVUSD's Spelling Bee champion for 2026. 7th grade Union Park student is Shani Nayak. Thanks to her strong spelling, the Toros are back-to-back champions as Ashani provided the winning word of besmirch after 12 rounds of competition against 45 spellers district-wide. Ashani had this reflection of her time in the Spelling Bee and emerging as this year's champion. Throughout my life, I was always the kid with her nose in a book. I would fly through books daily, always wanting to be immersed in words and being teleported to foreign worlds. I guess those years of being a bookworm have paid off because when I joined Union Park, both me and my sister won in our grade levels for the Spelling Bee. We are eternally grateful to this school for welcoming us with open arms. The district Spelling Bee was a blur. But one thing I do know for sure is that Union Park won the district's bee once more. Nowadays, I still have my nose in a book, but some spelling books as well. Congratulations to 2026 DVUSD Spelling Bee champion, Ashani Nayak. This year, DVUSD not only has a district champion, but is proud to have the regional spelling bee champion as well, Ronito Romel, hailing from Hillcrest Middle School. And there was no Mondegreen for his win. Ronito went up against 33 other spellers, including 7 spelling representatives from Deer Valley schools, as well as students from surrounding districts, charter schools, and private schools to claim his win. Before he represents DVUSD and our region this weekend at the State Spelling Bee, he had this reflection of his regional win. Winning the regional spelling bee meant a ton to me because I didn't expect myself to win at all. I was sure that there would be other, better competitors that would easily beat me, but I decided to give it my best, and I won. I was excited for the State Spelling Bee, and it has been an honor even getting to compete in it. I studied for the regional spelling bee with some techniques mentioned in the Words of Champions list for the study bee for 2026. These include memorizing words in a list given, learning language patterns, understanding how words become spelled how they are, and learning Greek and Latin roots. Obviously, my parents helped me a lot with quizzing me with these words, and my dad created a small website to help me practice the words even by myself. These strategies have proven to work by many script spelling bee champions and are the main strategies I have been using to study and eventually win the regional spelling bee. We have high hopes for you, Ronito. Congratulations to the regional spelling bee champion, Ronito Romel. Next, we move on to the arts. Never far from the stage and celebrated for his support of the arts is our next recipient, Mountain Ridge High School's assistant principal, Paul Strauss. Whether his support means checking in on his tech kids behind the scenes, joining in on a drama club meeting, stopping in theater classes, or even playing the literal villain of Voldemort in one of the high school productions at the students' requests, Paul Strauss, Mountain Ridge High School's assistant principal, has made a true impact with his work and support of the fine arts programs. He was honored as the Administrator of the Year from the Arizona Thespians at their annual ThesFest conference, surrounded by 3,000 students and educators. Paul had this reflection on the recognition. I feel so honored that our theater department nominated me for this award. Whenever I'm having a rough day at school, I look forward to stopping by to watch rehearsals and hang out with these incredible students, which always put me in my happy place. Which is why I feel guilty getting this award for simply doing what I enjoy doing. This is why it was such an easy response when last year my students asked me to play Lord Voldemort in the Harry Potter and the Cursed Child as seen on the screen behind me right now. Congratulations to Arizona Thespians Administrator of the Year, Paul Strauss. Next, and equally making a name for himself with his support of the fine arts programs at Mountain Ridge High School, is their principal, David Vines. This year, Arizona Music Educators Association's Outstanding Administrator of the Year is none other than the leader of the Mountain Lions, Principal David Vines. The Outstanding Administrator Award is given in recognition of demonstrated leadership concerning music instruction within schools. This award recognizes an administrator who demonstrated outstanding support of their total music education program for which the administrator is responsible. David Vines is the epitome of a supportive administrator. Whether it's supporting from the seats in the auditorium during performances, making sure students have the needed resources to receive their best fine arts education, and even jumping in himself from time to time to perform with students on morning announcements and promo videos, the Fine Arts Department at Mountain Ridge knows they have his unwavering support. In fact, this is the reflection of his fine arts team upon learning that he won this AMEA award. Mr. Vines is a steadfast supporter of arts education. He consistently allocates time, attention, and resources to ensure that the arts remain vibrant and integral at Mountain Ridge. His advocacy for program funding, frequent attendance in performances, and genuine engagement with his teachers and students reflect his conviction in the transformative power of the arts to enhance educational experiences. He is deeply committed to the program's growth. Mr. Vines works closely with his arts faculty to create meaningful outreach opportunities, welcoming potential students to explore the high-quality programs available at Mountain Ridge. His efforts strengthen enrollment pipelines and have built lasting connections with a wide community. Throughout my work with him, I have come to know Mr. Vines as a thoughtful and collaborative and fully invested leader in the success for our students and staff. His leadership empowers teachers and fosters an environment that enables arts education to truly thrive. Congratulations, AMEA Outstanding Educator, David Vines. Rounding out the arts support for Mountain Ridge High School is band director Jeffrey Malone. Recently, he was awarded the O.M. Hartzell Excellence in Teaching Music Award by the Arizona Music Educators Association. To be eligible for this honor, members have to demonstrate an exceptional ability to teach music and exhibit dedication of a comprehensive music education program, both of which Jeffrey has done with a true passion. In his 2 short years of his current band director position, he has led the Mountain Lions to multiple ABOTA and AZMEA Division I state championships, as well as had the Ridge program recognized as a William E. Richardson Program of Distinction. While he couldn't be here tonight, as he is ironically performing a concert with a local community ensemble of his own, he sent along this reflection of the honor. Being awarded an O.M. Hartzell Excellence in Teaching Music Educator Award is a tremendous honor. It is incredibly humbling to be recognized alongside incredible music educators who serve students across Arizona. I feel so fortunate to work with an outstanding group of students, staff, and administrators who support the Mountain Ridge program and allow me to do what I love each and every day. Let's get a round of applause to Mr. Jeffrey Malone. And wrapping up tonight's award ceremony is a rodeo that's not a first for DVUSD champion bus drivers. DVUSD sent a team of 6 bus drivers to compete in this year's Arizona Association for Pupil Transportation, or AAPT, bus rodeo, held at the Arizona State Fairgrounds on February 7th. This competition gathered 44 contestants from districts throughout the state who were tested, scored, and judged on multiple skills that they might have used on a day-to-day basis. The rodeo consisted of 12 skills, including navigating a school bus through curb line parking, offset alley passes, diminishing clearances, backup stall events, traversing straight-line forward tennis balls, picking up an elementary school loading zone, railroad grade crossing turns, parallel parking, and one surprise event. Following the course completion and the tallying of the judges' scores for these 12 events, DVUSD earned 3 of the top 10 spots that morning, including Ron Taylor's 5th place finish and former state champion Randy Headley in 6th place. It was DVUSD's Herman Hack, who ultimately walked away with the first place finish and the 2026 state champion bus rodeo title. In June, he will represent the state of Arizona at the National Bus Rodeo in Austin, Texas. Congratulations to the AAPT Bus Rodeo State Champion, Herman Haig. I believe that the bus drivers wanted to show their support and get a group photo real quick. Thank you to everyone for, no pun intended, riding out this very packed board meeting ceremony. And the regularly scheduled board meeting will begin in just a few minutes.
Apparently Dr. Zerbach didn't give him the message. Test, test. Okay. If I could have everybody grab a seat, we'd like to get started, please. I'd like to call tonight's meeting of the Deer Valley Governing Board to order at 7:05. Let the roll call show all members are present, save Mrs. Fisher, who is absent. Dr. Zerbach, would you be so kind as to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence? Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. I have a motion to adopt tonight's agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We just got kicked out of diligence, so I'll have to do it manually.
Okay,
Okay. And then
think that was 4-0.
Mrs. Fisher's not here.
correct. Let me know when you're ready, Mrs. Taylor. If you're okay, I'll move on with district reports. Okay. Ms. Mock, you have a report for us tonight?
President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch, guests. You'll actually hear from me multiple times this evening. For fiscal and business reports, we have multiple to start with. We'll start with our standard M&O budget report for the month ending of February 2026. You will notice this report's a little bit different than what we've shown in the past, as this is the first report where we are showing some significant carry forward. One of the items changing from the ending of January that we were able to recapture some of that budget capacity is with our utilities. And so we did a fine-tooth comb between the utilities that we budgeted this year and what we expended last year and what to expend this year. And we expect at this time just under $1 million in carry forward from that budget line. And then a little bit of savings in salaries and benefits, with some still potential budget overages for our transportation and facilities department and potentially our school discretionary budgets as well. But overall, that leaves us with about a $1.1 million potential carry forward, and that's just from the current expenditure budget. Excuse me. We will have a May 15th or by May 15th budget revision, and with that budget revision, there are some one-time funds that were allocated this year that were not captured in the July budget when it was adopted at the beginning of the year. And those funds equal just under $3 million. Those are one-time Prop 123 monies that were not included in the original budget, but they were allocated later as one-time funds. And a smaller amount, that was just over $2 million, and a smaller amount in the free and reduced price lunch weight. And that one was just about $400,000 or $500,000. So the two of those together are about 2.9, and that leaves us with the projected carry forward at this time of $4.1 million. It will be very important for you to remember that number for a preview item that we have later this evening. Other reports that we have this evening are our student activities and our auxiliary reports for the month ending February. And as you can see, we are still working on, I think we talked a little bit last month about one of the schools has a negative balance on the auxiliary, and we are working on clearing that up. We always do clear that up by the end of the year. Most of that in the school's case is due to the cost of operating athletics and not receiving as much in athletic revenue. And with that, I will take any questions specifically about the M&O budget report ending February and the auxiliary and student activities reports.
Any questions for Ms. Mock on this topic?
Excuse me.
Dr. Pack?
No questions beyond what I already submitted, but just when you were talking about the negative balances on the one report, the first report, as you explained to me in my question, they're not actually negative at this moment, correct?
President Carver, Dr. Pack, members of the board, that is correct. They are, and it's very typical for our transportation and facilities department specifically, that they have a lot of open or blanket purchase orders at the beginning of the year, not knowing how much they will spend. And so this is the time of year we really work with them to pare down those purchase orders and determine what they really need to spend from them so that we can get a better idea of the carry forward. Facilities is a little bit more likely to come out in the positive, and transportation due to the escalating cost of fuel and some of the charter transportation that we've had to use in lieu of drivers is a little bit more likely to potentially end up in the negative. But we will watch it all the way from now till July.
Thank you.
Anything further from Ms. Mock on this topic? Thank you, Ms. Mock. Do you have another?
President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and guests, I do. We have a PowerPoint for this one, and our next report is our fiscal year 27 Budget Priority Committee. And I know I've got a couple committee members in the audience. I would like to thank all of the committee members. If you are here in the audience, if you could just please stand to be recognized, and for helping us with this work on the budget, establishing the budget priorities for fiscal year 27. While we're waiting for the report to come up on screen, this committee is one that I have co-chaired before in the past for many years. I was co-chair with Mr. Migliorino, and happy to lead it this year. This group has the same composition as our other district committees. We have representation from district office, Deer Valley Education Foundation, our parent organization presidents, our parent organization groups, our interfaith group, our business partners, and parent representatives from every region. What this committee does is we take a look at basically stakeholder feedback data through a couple of different surveys to make budget priority recommendations for the coming school year. Oh, no, wrong presentation. Let's see, we should have the, yeah, you should. Okay. I'll scroll through what I've got on screen. Hold on just a moment. And so this committee met 3 times. We met first in December, at which time simultaneously an open-ended survey was occurring. That survey received, I believe, over 2,000 responses. And the survey simply asked, please tell us your greatest budget priority for fiscal year 27. And we look at the results by stakeholder group. So we look at parents, employees, those who are both employees and parents, community and business partners, and other. And from those open-ended responses, Dr. Scott Smith works with us, and we actually check with artificial intelligence, some of those tools as well. And then the committee actually looks at every single page of the narrative responses. And we come to consensus on the top priorities based on that feedback for the coming school year. And it varies every year. We don't have a set amount of responses that we have to have. Thanks, Matt. We don't have a set amount of responses that we have to have. It's whatever the data shows us is what comes up in our recommendations. Okay, so here is, here is the over 2,000 responses that we received. Most of them were from parents, with 1,545 or 76% coming from parents. And second would be both in parents and employees, followed by employees. We did have a couple of community members, and a very, very thin sliver there. We had, I believe, some individuals that reported as other. On the next slide, we can take a look at these are the top 7 priorities that were identified from the narrative feedback. And as I am type A, these are in a very particular order, and it's alphabetical. They're not in order by number of times they appeared on the responses. But what we heard from the stakeholders was priorities for them include academic programs, competitive compensation and retention for employees, employee benefits and workforce support, fine arts, athletics, co-curricular programs, maintaining reasonable class sizes, special education services, and student safety, security, and behavioral support. On the next slide, you'll see the responses that we had then for a forced ranking survey. That second survey went out, and it listed these 7 items, and it asked respondents to rank in order from 1 to 7 which of these items was their top priority. Can we go to slide 5, please? And much to my chagrin, we actually had fewer responses to this survey, even though we texted it directly to stakeholders. We find that often that's the best way to get responses to the survey. We typically do have 2,000 responses on both surveys. The survey was open for over a week as well. But again, our parents came in as the top respondent, with employees second, both employee and parent third, community member with 10, and 2 individuals reporting as other. When we get to slide 6, we'll take a look at some of the heat map results from the second forced ranking survey. And it is important to note for this that we asked folks to rank their top 1 through 7. So the lower the number on the average for all stakeholders, the higher of a priority it was. And so coming in at number 1 for all stakeholders with an average of 3.13 was the competitive compensation and retention for employees. Next was a tie between student safety and security and maintaining reasonable class sizes. And coming up in 4th was employee benefits and workforce support. We can talk a little bit about academic programs, fine arts, and special education services, and where they ended up ranking. We've got some specific information on why we believe they ranked where they did. But on the next slide, slide 7, we'll take a look at the average by stakeholder. And so for parents, you can clearly see that the most important priority for them was, on this particular chart, was student safety, security, and behavioral support with an average of 3.2. Employees ranked compensation and employee retention as highest, as well as did those who are both employees and parents. Other individuals, those 2 individuals actually both ranked employee benefits and workforce support as their number 1. And then our community members came in with a top pick of academic programs and pathways. So you can see some very mixed results amongst the stakeholders when you're just looking at the items that by average. And so if we can go to slide 8, here are the top 1 and top 3 by stakeholder group as well. And so the top chart is who ranked which number 1. And in this case, it's a count of the individuals who ranked at number 1. So the higher the score, the more important it is. Again, for parents, school or student safety, security, and behavioral support came in at number 1. Employees and employee parent groups still came in with compensation and retention for employees as their top priority, and that actually came in as the top priority for all stakeholders. Community members were split between academic programs and pathways and fine arts, and you can see that employee benefits and workforce support coming in for that other group, with their top 2 votes being for employee benefits. But when we look at the top 3, it gives us a better picture of the overall top priorities for all stakeholders. But again, competitive compensation and retention for employees comes in at number 1. Number 2, you can see maintaining reasonable class size, and then the student safety and security comes in at number 3, with number 4 being employee benefits and workforce support. So with all of that information, the committee not only looked at these heat maps and these results, but we also had open-ended question on the forced ranking survey as well. And on the next few slides, we actually, we looked at all of those individually as well to help craft and guide the budget priority recommendations. But here are some summaries of the 200 narrative responses from that forced ranking survey based on employee group. Parents of current students had an emphasis on teacher pay, protecting class size or reducing class size, and keeping the spending student focused. Those that were employee and parents also had a top priority in their comments of compensation and benefits, ensuring campus level needs, but also long-term district stability. Those who are just employees of Deer Valley, in the comments focused on staff compensation and employee retention, making sure that the district is competitive, and working to address staffing shortages and workload concerns. And those 12 community members and other overall talked about student needs and mental health support and intervention programs. That's specifically from ChatGPT. On the next slide, we have from Gemini, and it's all very similar. Focus on employee compensation, class size, safety, efficiency, and transparency. On slide 11, we'll see where we used Copilot, and again, it's the same information: compensation and retention, class size, student safety, transparency and wise spending. And we actually did have 3 comments overall that only came up in Copilot, so I searched to see how often it was mentioned, but it was 3 questions specifically that then mentioned transportation and counseling. And then on slide 12 is Copilot continued, but I think we can go ahead and go to slide 13. And here are the Budget Committee priority recommendations that we landed on. The committee actually felt it important to honor all 7 of the stakeholder-based budget priorities. And they were able to do that by combining like priorities together. And so the number 1 item is providing competitive and sustainable compensation to include salaries and benefits for the purpose of recruiting and retaining high-quality staff. So that theme of recruitment and retention that came in through the comments is represented here by combining competitive compensation to include salaries and benefits. Maintaining a safe and secure learning environment. And this comes out in different ways. And over the 10 years that I've been a part of this committee in the past, you sometimes will see a shift on what safety means and whether it is physical campus safety, which 10 years ago was probably all you would have seen or would have come out of the comments. But now it is also student emotional well-being, and that was very clear in the comments. And it came in the form of making sure we continue to have counselors and social workers on campus available for students, but also then strengthening campus safety through infrastructure and support staff such as cameras, SSOs, and SROs. Third would be preserving staff levels and student-to-staff ratios to maintain our instructional quality, student engagement, and staff sustainability. Sustain high-quality academic and co-curricular programs that provide multiple pathways and attract and retain students. And maintain special education programs and required supports to ensure equitable access and compliance. We actually had some comments specifically from parents who said they understand and know how important special education is, but they also understand what a requirement it is. And so they felt more comfortable ranking other items higher, knowing that the district would be required to provide those special education services and programs regardless of what they ranked. So in order to honor those comments and that feedback from the stakeholders, we did include it as the 5th recommendation. And when it comes to the high quality academic, co-curricular, extracurricular programs, the committee and the feedback from the stakeholders clearly understood how important that is in order to attract and retain our students. So with these budget priorities, we have a lot of focus on attracting and retaining our staff and attracting and retaining our students and our educational excellence. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Mock on this topic? Dr. Pack?
No questions, just a comment. It's a teacher in me. On the very top right, top left, of the document, you might want to rename it to have 2026-27, so you don't get it mixed up with last year's, because it currently says presentation budget priorities for 2024-25.
I just
Rename it so you don't get the data jumbled.
And I believe that's, we can work with Ms. Taylor on that, because I believe that name's pulling in from Diligent directly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further for Ms. Mock?
I just want to clarify something because the teacher in me also is questioning. The layout on this last slide, and I know this is probably really picky, but where the bullet points are versus like the change of font and like I'm trying to so provide competitive and sustainable, that's number 1, correct? Number
Correct.
2 tabs in and says maintain safe and secure learning, but that's the second point.
It is
correct?
I believe it's a format from coming from Canva and downloading to a PowerPoint or then directly converting to a PDF from Canva directly. But we can work on making sure that all of the main bullet points are equal as well. But yes, provide competitive and sustainable compensation is at the exact same level as maintain safe and secure learning environments, preserve
Okay.
staffing levels, et cetera.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Mock. Anything further? Thank you, Ms. Mock. Next up on the agenda, item 4A, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board approve contract language for certified administrative exempt and deputy superintendent for the 2026-2027 school year as recommended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Botfeld. Ms. Moffett,
No additional comments this evening. All corrections that were recommended were made, and the drafts were provided to the board in Friday, so no additional comment past then.
any questions for Ms. Moffett on this topic? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Dr. Pack. Mrs. Fisher, did you vote nay? Everyone else voted? Do you want me to vote for you? Everyone else voted. Do you want me to vote for you? Okay. You voted aye or nay? Passes 4-1.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next item on the agenda is item 4B, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the long-range planning committee recommended attendance zone changes for 2026-27.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Botfeld. Ms. Mock, Dr. Galligan, what do we have as far as an update?
President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and guests. We will review just some very brief information from the work session that we had on February 17th. We reviewed the state of the district, including areas that had under-enrollment and areas of over-enrollment and expected extreme growth over the next 10 years. We reviewed the committee timeline starting in May of 25. The last meeting of the committee has gone all the way up to February 25th. We actually have another meeting scheduled right after spring break on March 25th as well. And here are just a breakdown of some of the work of the committee. I know that several of the committee members are here with us today as well, and I would like to recognize them and thank them for their support and work on the committee over the last almost year. If you would like to stand and be recognized, please do so. And I would like to add that every member of the committee was actively engaged and wonderful participants. It's not an easy job to recommend things that you know that individuals aren't going to perhaps appreciate, and I do thank everyone for being on the committee. Everyone had great suggestions, and I think the committee worked really well together. So what this meeting now is going to focus on a little bit more is some of the feedback that we heard from not only from the community forums, but from email that we received and from the board meeting on February 17th. So these first couple of slides are just going to be kind of a recapture of some of the questions and concerns that we heard on February 17th, and then we have several slides to address those questions and concerns. We heard concerns about academic program support, most specifically about Spanish immersion at Union Park, and that is to include some of those concerns specifically addressed before and after school and busing for the program. But you see before and after school programs coming up again, whether or not there's room at Union Park for everyone who wants to participate in before and after school. Busing, the need for Spanish immersion busing option for the students who are in the area of attendance that may be rezoned to Norterra Canyon. Committee composition. We've already talked about the budget committee, and the boundary committee has the same committee makeup as the budget committee and all district committees. We have representation from district office, representation from our parent organizations, from our interfaith community, and from parent members from each region in the district. We talked about maps, and we'll take a look at those as well. We talked a little bit about grandfathering, making sure that we are very clear in the message that we are sending on regarding students who would be reboundaried out of their current campus and what opportunities they have to be boundaried back into, or not rebounded, into open enroll into the campus where they would be moved from. Some of those questions regarding kinders and pre-K students as well. A couple questions from the board regarding statute, mostly regarding timeline, and that is 15341, but Arizona Revised Statute 15816.01 is actually specific to open enrollment, which addresses boundary changes as well. We talked about the timeline, and we talked about the new demographer report. The governing board knows, but for those listening, the new demographer report is available only in draft form. We are getting feedback from district staff, including from the governing board. Dr. Pack, thank you for your thorough review. I genuinely appreciate it. And some of those corrections and suggestions are sitting with the demographer now. We will, and the URL at the bottom there is where we will post the demographer report. All of our demographic studies going back for quite some time are actually available on that website. It is dvusd.org. It's a long one, so our-budget/budget/411. But if you just go to budget 411 and on the right-hand side, there's actually a URL for the demographic reports. Now to get into the specific academic support and the before and after school program, I'm going to turn this slide over to Dr. Galligan.
President Carber, members of the board, for academic support, the previous two slides you saw, we went to our committee and worked through all of those areas of feedback from you all, as well as emails and our other community events. Specific to academic program support, our goal is always to maintain those pathways so our students who are in a Spanish immersion program or a Renaissance program, any of the specific programs, may maintain their enrollment in those programs. Part of that has been to work with our transportation department, and Heather will talk about this a little bit more in depth, but provide transportation options for our immersion students to the new, who are in the new boundary area. When we look at Norterra Canyon offering Spanish 1-2, and depending on any of the current 6th grade students or 7th grade students going into Norterra Canyon, work toward Spanish 3-4 if the enrollment warrants it. And then we've worked with Barry Goldwater High School. We have a high school transportation bus that flows between our 5 high schools, and offering a, for Norterra Canyon, we would call it a 0 hour, but it would be the first period at Barry Goldwater for Spanish 3-4. Then the bus would take kids back to the school. And then for our before and after school program, we have already indicated that we will, we posted a 6-hour additional position, so that would expand the opportunity for added children into both the before and after school program. And we believe that there will be opportunity. This year, Ms. Rotes, who oversees community education, was able to place kids that were on a wait list at Union Park. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Mock.
And I see it cut off a little, but on the right-hand side, I know there have been some questions overall on how many students are enrolled in the Spanish immersion program at Union Park. Overall, there are 320 students. 204 of those reside within the Union Park boundary. 96 of them are open enrolled from other schools in Deer Valley, and then 20 of them are open enrolled from schools outside of the district. And for those in the immersion program, we're talking about transportation considerations, but as you know, district policy, we typically don't offer transportation options for students who are open enrolled. There have been a couple times historically when during a boundary change, we have allowed grandfathering of transportation for a couple of different student groups. And so in this case, if we're considering transportation for students specifically in the Spanish immersion program, we used that list of 204 students who were at Union Park in the Spanish immersion program in their boundary. And our transportation department used their GIS data to cross-reference the addresses of those students to determine that there are 36 students within the proposed area who are currently in the immersion program. We don't track on a daily basis whether students actually ride the bus. All 36 of them are eligible for the bus. So we actually had to go to route supervisors and the individual bus drivers, and from that, transportation determined that 22 students currently ride the bus on a regular basis. So what we looked at were just below 15th Drive down Copperhead Trail, there are 4 additional bus stops with more than enough capacity if we were to allow grandfathering for students to go to one of those bus stops and hop on a bus to Union Park. Typically, we've done it for 2 or no more than 3 years as part of a grandfathering for a boundary change. We already talked about the committee composition, but this slide makes sure that I didn't forget we always have DVEA with our teachers. They get to select who represents teachers on committees. We have classified staff, exempt staff that are not administrators, and principals and administrators, as well as those members of the community that I already mentioned. We also seek to make sure that we have representation from K-6, K-8, middle school, and high school as much as possible so that we can get all different viewpoints for all the school types. We talked about the maps previously, the maps that we're presenting after these, we addressed these concerns are the ones that were voted on by the committee, and they were voted on with consensus. It's the only map that the district has ever posted. The map was posted in varying scales. So some of it included a zoomed in version between Union Park and North Terra Canyon, and some was a zoomed out version that included Union Park, North Terra Canyon, and Sonoran Foothills. Grandfathering is governed by policy JFB, open enrollment, and it states if the school remains open as part of a boundary change and capacity is available, students assigned to a new attendance area may stay enrolled in their current school. And again, there are those statutory references for those boundary changes. And we do expect that Union Park would continue to have capacity to keep any student who wanted to stay on and remain as part of the Spanish immersion program. At the Barry Goldwater Community Forum on January 28th, we actually did talk to individuals there about incoming kindergarten students. Union Park principal Lauren Gahuni was there and indicated that she would ensure there was capacity for any kindergartners that wanted to open enroll that were recently moved as part of the boundary change as well. And the message that we have been giving kinder students, not just from Union Park and North Terra Canyon area, but we've had questions from other potential boundary changes as well, is to go ahead and register at the campus for which you are boundaried now. And if your boundary changes and you need to transfer your enrollment to the campus where your boundary changes, We will transfer that registration for you. We will not require you to complete a new registration packet. Or if an individual wants to wait until after decision on the boundary changes, if they wanted to open enroll at that case, they would have to complete an open enrollment application. Current preschool students who have not yet registered for kindergarten and would wish to attend a school outside their new boundary would need to submit an open enrollment application. So it's only if you are a student who's already completed that kinder enrollment, we would transfer it to whichever school you would like to attend. If you are an incoming preschool, if the school is not within your attendance boundary, it would be an open enrollment application. We had some feedback regarding the timing and parent input. So as mentioned on one of the previous slides, this journey began on May 5th and reconvened on November 21st. As we've stated in the past, we needed to wait until after the November election to determine if the override was going to fail or succeed. If the override had failed, we would have had to cut or reduce our fiscal year 27 budget by potentially another $9 to $10 million, and the committee may have been looking at more drastic measures. So we started with, right after that meeting, with the parent survey. That was a suggestion by the committee, and we ran the surveys much like the surveys that you heard in the Budget Priority Committee. And that was an initial survey that was just open-ended. What is your top priority for boundaries? And we went over those survey results at our February 17th board meeting. That survey was sent, information about that survey was sent to over 36,000 parents and community members. The second survey that was then conducted to rank those priorities was sent to over 36,000 as well. Over 27,000 individuals received information on the survey via text message. The reason that number would be lower is because I believe more parents opt to block the text messages coming in than the emails. It's just their method of choice. But we wanted to make sure that everyone received it via their method of choice as well. On December 8th, the website was updated with a timeline graphic to talk about this meeting tonight and when the boundaries would be proposed, including all of the committee meetings that we had at that time, and the timeline and information on the website was updated as new meetings were added. We had the Soup Scoop podcast talking about the long range planning committee and what the goal was going through fiscal year 2035 or now 2036. Dr. Finch actually had 4 articles, an article that went out into 4 different local media sources as well that was available for the public to view about the long range planning committee and the timeline and what was happening. And boundary information was shared broadly through monthly parent message from our communications and community engagement department with that custom link, dvusd.org/boundaries. January 12th, Dr. Finch had a video and the Soup Scoop podcast included in the January update, which was read by over 32,000 parents within the first week. January 19th, community forum invitations to families at the 12 schools potentially affected went out with over 18,000 emails and 13,000 text messages. Those community forums occurred January 20th, 22nd, and 28th. Community forums held at Boulder Creek High School, Sandra Day O'Connor High School, and Barry Goldwater High School, respectively, with 30 to 40 attendees per meeting, including staff, committee members, and community members. On February 4th and 20th, the Long Range Planning Committee prominently linked on the district and affected school homepages. So if you came to dvusd.org or Anthem, dvusd.org/Anthem School, you would have seen a link directly to that Long Range Planning Committee page. The total views on the website since May 6th of 25 has been over 38,000 with an average of 8 interactions per visitor. And you can see the numbers by school there as well. Another question we had, we mentioned the demographer report. We have not published the current report because it still is in draft form. But I think this is the most anticipated estimate from the report, and this is the Norterra Canyon, Sonoran Foothills, and Union Park estimates for next school year, fiscal year 27, now going out till 2036. And you can see that Sonoran Foothills is projected to be over 100% capacity in 2020, fiscal year 27. Union Park will be close to 100% capacity and going over capacity in fiscal year 28. And as a reminder, the definition of capacity is based on the school facilities board or school facilities division. They include every piece of square foot on the campus. That includes hallways, cafeterias, multi-purpose rooms, libraries, places where there aren't classrooms. And so we find that when a school gets at approximately 80% or above 80% capacity, they're actually already at overcrowded. And we see these two schools mostly in the district are not only already overcrowded, they're continuing to be projected to grow to almost 200% capacity by 2036. With that, we have a reminder of the boundary change recommendations. And going in order by alphabetical order by high school region, we start with Barry Goldwater High School region with 3 schools affected: Norterra Canyon, Sonoran Foothills, and Union Park. Here are the projections, and these are still based off of the fiscal year 24 demographers report, but we saw that starting next year, Sonoran Foothills will already be above 100% of that 950 student capacity. And so this is what was recommended for the region as a whole. That section of Sonoran Foothills boundary on the north end of their student attendance area moving north to Sunset Ridge. We did talk about an area there on the south of Sonoran Foothills potentially moving down to Norterra Canyon, just so that we did not concern anyone. We did make sure that that was X'd out on this slide. It did not come out as a final recommendation from the committee. And then you can see that section that's currently Union Park in the orange crosshatch area recommended is going to Norterra Canyon. Here's what those look like a little more, and specifically, this is the Sunset Ridge boundary, which would be, or Sonoran Foothills going to Sunset Ridge. So the current Sonoran Foothills boundary goes from Dove Valley Road north to Carefree Highway and I-17 east to the Desert Mountain boundary. And so it currently, if we went just off of student enrollment, it would have Sonoran Foothills projected at 561 students next year and Sunset Ridge at 783. But the number that I like better is on the bottom, and that is the school enrollment. So that takes into consideration school choice and where folks have already opted to open enroll. And with that, it would be more of a balanced enrollment with Sonoran Foothills at 665 students next year and Sunset Ridge at 765. Now, as we mentioned on the previous slides, that students do have the option to open enroll and remain at Sonoran Foothills if they choose. So I don't actually expect that the projection of 665 at Sonoran Foothills or 765 at Sunset Ridge, we wouldn't see that balance probably for a couple years. So as new individuals, new families move into the Sonoran Foothills or now the new Sunset Ridge boundary, they would automatically be enrolled in Sunset Ridge, and that's where you would see the Sunset Ridge enrollment start to increase and a decrease in the projection of students at Sonoran Foothills. Again, this is just a close-up of the area that was not recommended from for rebounding from Sonoran Desert Drive south to Dixoletta, and then from I-17 over to the east to match with the current eastern Norterra Canyon boundary. This is an area that touches 2 regions, and so just like the Sonoran Foothills and Sunset Ridge, you'll see it in 2 region recommendations. And this is a new development that's going in at 39th Avenue and Pinnacle Peak. If you've driven by there, you can see they're moving dirt quickly. It'll still be a couple years before the houses are here. This area right now is west of 35th Avenue and north of the canal. And it is currently zoned for Paseo Hills. Desert Sage is projected to decrease in enrollment over the next 10 years, remain relatively steady, but I think on the new report, it's looking like it might be just under 50% in 2036. And so Desert Sage is actually right down the street, just north of this new development. And so the recommendation was to rezone future students from this area from Paseo Hills to Desert Sage. With that, it would also zone them to Hillcrest Middle School, as Desert Sage is a K-6, and then from Barry Goldwater High School to Sandra Day O'Connor High School. And so what we would look at in the years coming would be that Desert Sage would remain steady, Paseo Hills would decrease slightly, and Deer Valley Middle School would decrease slightly, and Hillcrest Middle School would stay relatively steady if we take a look at that bottom school enrollment with the option. The recommended adjustment between Norterra Canyon and Union Park starts at Dixolet at approximately 23rd. Sometimes we use approximates because the boundaries end in the middle of the desert and the roads have not actually extended into where the boundary might change. And so it's Dixolet at approximately 23rd Avenue on the west, and then east to approximately 18th Avenue using the canal on the western boundary. It's that diagonal line. Picking up and coming across Copperhead Trail to end at 15th Drive. And so the change in this would be, if you look at the option using the current school enrollment, would be approximately 906 students rezoned to Union Park and 600 remaining at Union Park. This is another one. I don't expect that we would see that next year. Because of the interest in students remaining and the ability for them to remain at Union Park for the Spanish immersion program, I think we probably would not see those start to change or balance for 2 years, if not 3 years in the future. And what also would be included in the Union Park boundary in the future is some apartments and multifamily that are coming in 19th Avenue and Happy Valley on the northeast corner. Now we'll take a look at Boulder Creek High School region. 3 schools affected by this recommendation are Anthem, Canyon Springs, and Sunset Ridge. And just a reminder of the schools in the region right now. The problem in Boulder Creek region mostly is an imbalance between all of the schools are there. None of them are projected at over capacity, and Canyon Springs is the only one close to that 80% or would be over that 80% in 10 years. So what we're recommending to start with is a change between the boundary for Anthem and Canyon Springs. When Canyon Springs opened, probably about 20 years ago, maybe 19 years ago, Anthem School was overflowing, and so there's this area east of I-17 that is actually closer to Anthem School than it is to Canyon Springs. And so we're recommending Anthem Parkway South down to about Joy Ranch Road, going to the eastern or the western border of Sunset Ridge, and including all of this in Anthem. And with this option, both schools would be nearly balanced when it comes to the fiscal year 27 school year, with approximately 665 for, those are the wrong numbers, 600, sorry, that was the wrong map. 600, it looks like 17, and 500 for Canyon Springs. And again, if any student wanted to stay at Canyon Springs, they could. We talked a little bit about transportation with this one. Transportation does not believe this would reduce any routes. It just might change the distance or the miles that the drivers have to drive. We had also talked a little bit about the area north of Anthem Parkway being included in the Anthem boundary, trying to include everything east of I-17. And if we did that, it basically would flip-flop the schools. And so where you see over 800 students in 26-27 projected for Canyon Springs from the attendance area and under 300 for Anthem, it would have reversed. And so the committee did not move forward with that recommendation either. And here's a little bit about how that looks. So you can see it would have flipped Anthem to 782 and Canyon Springs to 351 students. This is just a review of what we saw in a previous slide, where these students formerly from Sonoran Foothills would be rezoned to Sunset Ridge, and they would then be included as Boulder Creek students as well. And so they would move for K-8 and for high school. Now, taking a look at the Sandra Day O'Connor region, we had 5 different schools in this region specifically. Noted here that Hillcrest Middle School is only 50% Sandra Day O'Connor, and that is for the students at Desert Sage and Las Brisas. And so you can see here that we've got the biggest issue here for us was Las Brisas, and it is one of our largest K-6 campuses that is under 50% capacity, but we also know there's going to be some growth in Stetson Hills and Inspiration Mountain area. This is just another review because it's moving to the Sandra Day O'Connor region of that new development at 39th Avenue and Pinnacle Peak. Here is a look at potential changes based on significant growth expected in the Stetson Hills boundary. Stetson Hills has the largest boundary right now in the O'Connor region, and it includes undeveloped land in what was formerly known as Biscuit Flats. And so you can see here that Canyon Springs in the Boulder Creek region right now ends just south of Carefree Highway. We're recommending that we extend their boundary all the way down to the 303. Right now, that is where TSMC original first 2 fabs are located, and some retail is going in there. I know everyone's excited about Costco. We don't exactly expect a lot of residential in this area, but due to the 303 being a natural barrier, we believe it best that should any houses be built in this area, they be zoned at this time for Canyon Springs. And then for Stetson Hills, their boundary would go north, basically taking the same line on the eastern and western borders. On the eastern side, it is I-17. On the west, about 51st Avenue, they come up against Inspiration Mountain, and Inspiration Mountain then on the east side at 51st Avenue all the way to the Terramar boundary on the west, taking them all the way north to the 303. And the reason we're recommending this now, it will be quite a time before we see any significant residential growth in this area. But we talked earlier about the M&O override that passed in November. In 23 and 24, we proposed a bond, and neither of those passed. And so we are quickly running out of the bond funds from 2019. And so we don't at this time have money to build a new school or to even facilitate growth at the campuses we have. What we've done in the past, as opposed to minor boundary changes, is maybe put a portable at a campus instead, and we just don't have the money to do that right now. And so in advance of any of those homes coming in to start with, we're just recommending the uninhabited area right now, we go ahead and change that before any growth begins to happen. We may have to look at it again in the future, 6-7 years down the road as those homes begin to actually be built after the infrastructure is finished. And this is just a look at the boundary between Inspiration Mountain, a little bit of Stetson Hills, and Las Brisas. In order to better utilize the campus at Las Brisas, we are recommending this area that was formerly Las Brisas in one small corner that is currently Stetson Hills to be zoned to Las Brisas. It includes an area north of Happy Valley from 56th Avenue on the west to 49th Avenue on the east, actually going on a northeastern diagonal up to up Deem Hills Parkway, basically ending at the entrance to Deem Hills Community Park. And it does include a small block between 51st and 49th and Saddlehorn and Happy Valley that is currently at Stetson Hills. Here's what those projections would look like if those changes were made. And just to see a little bit overall balancing, west of here, we will probably see more boundary changes required in the future. In this area, there's probably not a lot we would be able to do until we have money to build some schools. And we would hope or expect that that would be the next time that we would complete a boundary change in this area is when we're able to build a school in the area. You may notice that 2 regions were missing from the recommended boundary changes, and those are Mountain Ridge High School. That region is expected to be relatively steady over the next 10 years. And so as we get to the next 10 years, we may see more growth in the city of Peoria, specifically the Peoria Innovation Corridor, Lake Pleasant Parkway. And so we would like to reserve any potential boundary changes for that area until we start to see growth there, especially since they are relatively stable. Deer Valley High School region has the opposite problem. They are relatively steady, but you can notice in the orange and in the red, we already have several schools that are under 50% capacity, with Highland Lakes remaining the one school that is probably at its optimum capacity between 81 and 84%. These are things that the committee will continue to look at as we meet in March and moving forward. And with that, we've got the item for your approval this evening. If approved, we would have formal notification and transition planning that would start. Actually, a message will probably go out this evening and all the way till school starts next year. And that is the end of the report.
I understand we have some public comment tonight. Dr. Beck?
The board invites public comment on the district's business in general and on any agenda item in specific. All speakers must observe the rules of decorum. Speakers must fill out a card listing name, address, and topic and hand it to the board secretary prior to the president calling the meeting to order. Speakers must make their comments in no more than 3 minutes. If necessary, to accommodate all speakers within the 30-minute overall limit, the board president may shorten each speaker's time. Constructive criticism is in order. Rudeness, vulgarity, disruptive conduct, or remarks disrespecting personal dignity are not in order and will not be allowed. Under the Arizona Open Meeting Law, the governing board cannot discuss or act on any items not listed on the agenda. Board members may respond to criticism made by a speaker, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. If I can please have Rachel Krogman, Brian Elam, Emerson Brown, Rachel Brown, and Marissa Flynn approach the microphone first. And Tegan Flynn with the other Flynn, with Marissa, please. Before you speak, please state your name.
Rachel Krogman. Am I able to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, governing board members. My name is Rachel Krogman, and I'm a Carefree Crossing parent and resident. I'm speaking tonight for my family and nearly 300 community members who expressed through a formal survey that they cannot support these changes without more clarity. I listened closely to Mrs. Mock's presentation. I was deeply concerned to see that the feedback and response section entirely significant concerns many of us have shared regarding Sonoran Foothills. I'm asking you not to approve this proposal tonight unless you can clearly demonstrate on the public record that this recommendation is current, transparent, and durable. The community deserves clarity on 4 questions. Is the data current? First, how can we vote when final demographer data is still being revised in real time and just being shared some updates this evening? Second, was the process transparent? The public deserves to know how committee members were vetted and what safeguards managed potential conflicts of interest. Third, is this plan equitable? For Carefree Crossing, this is the 3rd school change in 5 years. This proposal requires students to cross the busy Carefree Highway moving forward, eliminating any safe option for walking or biking. It is also not equitable to force a pattern of disruption for children like mine who rely on bus transportation to maintain continuity in their gifted programming, like Gifted Sage, which is currently split between these 2 campuses, specifically in the grades that they're offered. Fourth, is this plan truly durable? Mrs. Mock stated that this change won't impact capacity for a couple of years, but this projection sounds illogical. The rapid growth of Sonoran Foothills west of Norterra Parkway is estimated to be nearly 3,000 new homes in the very near future coming online. It's not accounted for in the capacity considerations for schools directed to the campus. Currently, it's directed to Sonoran Foothills. This data shows capacity will not improve but continue to grow at Sonoran Foothills, all while displacing our community that is established and not growing. If these answers cannot be provided tonight, then this vote should be tabled. We will be watching the enrollment and capacity outcomes of this decision closely, as they will be the ultimate measure of whether the data used tonight was as reliable as the community was promised. Please ensure this decision is one that the community can trust. Thank you.
Brian Elam. So Board President Carver, Board Members Simicek, Botfeld, Fisher, Dr. Pack, thank you for your time. I'd like to speak plainly because what is happening here goes beyond a boundary dispute. The question is whether the board has been given the information it needs to govern, and based on the evidence, I say no. Let me be specific. Ms. Mock has talked about this data. This data changes week by week. It is different every time, and a lot of the data, as Rachel just stated, is new this week that we just got to see. So I think we have a data integrity issue, and I think there needs to be an audit before a vote is taken. Also, it goes further. Who selected this boundary committee? We asked last time. We don't know what the criteria was, who were selected, why they were selected. This decision affects 280 students at Union Park and is being driven by a committee whose composition and mandate remain completely undisclosed. That is not governance, that is obfuscation. Consider how this meeting was communicated, this very meeting. It came in emails. I don't go to the website. It came in emails. Those emails are fine print. It says March the 10th. It doesn't say where. It doesn't say when. That's 2 months in a row. It does not show that because they don't want parents to come here and fight this. That is, again, hiding the data. Okay, so the decision for this was made before the public process ever began. How do we know? Because no alternatives were ever prepared. Scottsdale Unified gave 3 different options to their school board, and those options were vetted, and the school board voted on them. Here, it's one option. Choose it, take it, or leave it. The administration's credibility has been further damaged with specific reversals with Spanish immersion contracts, which were being described as unbreakable, but now they are being casually discarded. This entire proposal is built on data that has produced incorrect maps and shifting information from the start. Board members, I want to be direct. You are being failed in this process. You are being asked to vote on data of unknown origin prepared by a committee of unknown composition with alternative scenarios, no alternative scenarios. That is an impossible standard to govern by. This override's community past was built on an explicit promise, stability for students and families. That funding is now secured, which means the district has both the resources and the obligation to deliver that promise in a tangible way. I'm out of time. I want to say one last thing. November 3rd is right around the corner. And the last election for this board was decided by 532 votes. It's not hard to swing that election. We want accountability.
Turn it down.
Hello. Oh, wow. Okay. I am Emerson Brown, a 6th grade immersion student at Union Park. I decided on my own to come up here to tell you what my experience is in the immersion program. I have been in Union Park Spanish immersion since its opening in 2020 as a 1st grader. I am here to ask that you please check the facts and be sure that you have the correct numbers. Not only that, but think not just about numbers, but humanity. Being in immersion is difficult, but my friends and I persevere when it gets hard because it is what we signed up to do. Today, I talked with several teachers, and one of them said that she wants the immersion program to grow and be successful, other than lose kids and not be able to get them back, since you are not able to enroll in immersion after first grade. One of the things that Union Park offers us as an immersion school is to graduate 8th grade with high school language credits. It would be sad to have put in all 6 years of hard work in Spanish and not be given credit for all of our effort. Please be sure you have all the true facts before you make a decision that could tear our school apart. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Brown. I have a 5th grader at Canyon Springs and in the Renaissance program, and a 2nd grader at Union Park in the Spanish immersion program. I've been a member of the budget committee. I'm committed to Deer Valley Unified School District. I think you guys do a great job, but I do have concerns of what's going on here with the boundary changes. 6 years ago, I stood here and we had an incorrect map that was published, and our neighborhood, as well as another neighborhood that was part of the Norterra HOA, was excluded from the boundary change. We came here, we fought, we got to be a part of Union Park, we got to open that school. Unfortunately, I'm here again. I understand the need for this change. I understand that TSMC is coming. I see all the construction that's happening in our area. I understand that we don't want our schools to be overburdened. We don't want our teachers to be overburdened. But I'll give you a personal example. It took a lot of faith in me to get my 5th grader to change to Canyon Springs this year. He was part of Spanish immersion. I really supported that program. He was struggling. He was having a hard time. I thought he would do better in the Renaissance program, so I switched him schools. It was not a contract that I wanted to break, but we did that. It was good for him. But it was very sad for me to see my son, who started at Union Park as a kindergartner, change schools, have to go through that whole process. I don't want to see other families have to go through that. This decision that I have to make now with my 2nd grader to pull him out of Spanish immersion is one that I'm not getting to choose, that it's being forced upon me. I don't know what the impact is going to be at the school. Are teachers going to be able to retain their jobs that they've been selected for specifically to stay at Union Park in the Spanish immersion program? Our HOA is being split. I don't know if you know, but we have a smaller HOA. It's much smaller than Anthem. Our Norterra HOA, half of the school is going to be now at Norterra Canyon and half's going to be at Union Park. And we have really close neighbors that we spend time with that we're going to end up having our kids at different schools. We made the decision 6 years ago when they opened Union Park to not choose to go that route. I don't know why we're choosing to go that route now. I think there's a middle ground that can be reached. I don't know what the answer is, but I do think that there's other options. I really respect my previous speakers for saying that. I think that's a really good choice. I think we could push this off. I think we can take a little bit more time to explore the options and figure out what we can do and how this can be equitable for everyone. One thing I do want to do is I want to ask the other Union Park parents and students to stand so that you can see the amount of people who are here that are impacted today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tegan, and here's my speech. I am in Spanish immersion in Union Park. I like that I get to learn another language. It is fun because I'm learning with other people around me, and they get to learn too. I don't want to go to a new school because I like because I like what we do at Union Park, and going to a new school wouldn't make me happy. I would like for you to find a solution so I can keep taking my bus to school and staying in Spanish immersion. Thank you.
Good evening, Governing Board. My name is Marissa Flynn, and I am Tegan's mom. I want to start by saying I'm a parent that's deeply invested in our schools and supportive of the district. I've been outspoken through this process because I care about my children's education and about our school community and the long-term viability of Spanish immersion at Union Park. However, I have to be honest that myself and parents are feeling disappointed by the tone of this process. Instead of feeling collaborative, it's often felt combative. I fully understand that the district has legitimate concerns about enrollment and school capacity. Those are real issues. But for families to support difficult decisions, we need confidence that the data is being used in an accurate, verified, and transparent way. Right now, that confidence simply is not there. For example, the district previously stated that about 36 students in Spanish immersion and roughly 200 students overall would be impacted by the proposed rezoning. Yet other information was shared with families that suggested different numbers that were of a significant difference. Today, I was told that bus drivers verified which daily riders were in Spanish immersion as part of the data collection process. But when I spoke to our bus driver both this morning and this afternoon, she told me that she had not been asked to verify which students on her bus were in Spanish immersion, and that information was information she did not know. So she simply provided a total count of riders. I've also repeatedly asked why the school itself has not been involved in verifying data, since school administrators and staff know our students best. This would clarify discrepancy and help build trust in the data, but our school still has not been asked and questions still remain. So we as parents are left wondering, how do we trust the data that appears unverified? Or how do we know that the people involved in the collection of data did so even though they say now that they were not involved at all? For that a reason, I strongly believe that a decision should be delayed until 3 things happen. First, the data used to support this proposal is thoroughly verified. Second, confidence can be rebuilt between families and the district so that we are working collaboratively on a complex issue. And third, the basic questions from the community be answered clearly and consistency from things like grandfathering and potential alternative solutions. I did write this before the presentation tonight, but prior to tonight, the grandfathering question received multiple different answers, and there were no other alternative suggestions put forth. I also want to raise a concern about the Spanish immersion program itself that I don't believe has been addressed. Because I'm running out of time, nobody's spoken to our school or administrators, so how do you know what the impact will be upon a Spanish immersion when in every grade, K through 6 currently, there are 2 Spanish immersion teachers and 2 traditional teachers? If we lose students, what are you going to do about teachers?
If I can please have Carolyn Cole, Ada Wells, Brielle Wells, and Ella Wells approach the microphone, and please state your name before you speak.
There we go. My name is Carolyn Cole. I have 3 kids who are set to attend Union Park next year. My concerns encompass a wide set of issues that range from the long-term social and emotional effects for these kids to the lack of consistent information being offered to those affected. So much of the information has been oversimplified and made to sound very cut and dry when it's not. The Union Park boundary change was touted as a return to original school when my specific neighborhood has been uprooted twice in the last 10 years already. This would be our 3rd move in that time. There are a few students within my section of DMR who rely on the bus and will be forced to move to a 3rd school for their final years of middle school. This is not in the best interest of any child. Union Park opened in 2020, meaning our kindergarten class from that year will only be starting 6th grade in the fall. They started school during an incredibly difficult time. And I believe that they've been through enough in their school career so far. We could certainly give them the opportunity to promote to high school in 3 years before we make this change. They're already showing a higher instance of mental health struggles, and school moves are further risk for anxiety, depression, self-esteem impact, and social issues, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, by the way. It may seem like this is an easy choice between open enroll your kid and drive them to school, or move and keep the bus. But to many families like mine, this is a Sophie's choice. Do I move my neurodivergent kids to a new school, risking their social and emotional health, but allowing me to go to work and provide more for them? Or do I commit to 9 years of driving my kids to and from school, or aftercare costs that could completely decimate any income I might make? Or worse yet, do I split my kindergarten child from his siblings so he can ride the bus going forward? But then he doesn't get to go to school with his brothers ever. These are the decisions just my family will be faced with. I know there are many who will have no option at all but to go where the bus can take them. If I'm forced to make these choices, then I can, and I will. But I can only hope that after hearing the feedback and understanding how late in the year you are forcing this onto families, that you will reconsider this change and at the very least give us time to prepare our families for this kind of huge upheaval. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ada, and I am a 5th grade student who loves to learn at Union Park School. School is a big part of my life, and I just got principal's list again and won my class spelling bee. And my parents say I worked really hard in school and in the Spanish immersion program. I'm speaking here today and letting you know that Union Park should not be rezoned with the proposed boundary. Think of the students who this can affect. All of the students that this could affect. I worked really hard in the Spanish immersion program, and I would hate so much to throw it away. I have 4 siblings, and 4 out of 5 of us rely on the bus to take us to school. We need the bus and cannot cope with all of the kids that we have. This could mean if we get rezoned, me and my siblings would need to change schools. That would be a real bummer, especially with all this hard work me and my siblings have put into the Spanish immersion program. We've worked really hard. Sometimes we have nights when all of our family would have to speak the whole dinner in Spanish, and we know that because of our Spanish classes. It's important, the subject of rezoning and why you would want to rezone the school. My mom was a teacher, and she knows, and I know that no one wants an overcrowded school. And Principal Ganuni said that they may need to make an extra classroom, but hopefully that's not the case. It is just a lot of people. There's a lot of people at Union Park who worked really hard and love the school. I know I love the school. We would really hate to be rezoned. Union Park should not be rezoned with the proposed boundaries. This whole input is coming from my heart, and I'm saying what I truly think. Muchas gracias para tu tiempo hoy. Este significa mucho para mí. Gracias. Y por favor, toma esto en cuenta consideración. Thank you for everything.
Hello, I am LOLs. I don't want to move schools because I have already made so many friends in Spanish immersion, and Spanish immersion is so fun. Also, sometimes I speak Spanish outside of school, but if I move schools, I will forget all about Spanish. I have 2 younger brothers, and I want them to have the same opportunity that I have. Also, all the work that I put into this, I want it to pay off. I want to be able to speak Spanish all the time. Also, the bus has been an amazing help to our family. We need it to be able to get and home from school. Can Union Park not get rezoned and stay in Spanish immersion and have the bus? I know it's a lot to ask, but please, gracias por tu tiempo que para permitirme hablar. Gracias.
I'll just go ahead and start. Hi. They wanted to speak, and they wrote that all on their own without any help, including the Spanish. So.
Please state your name.
Oh, I'm Brielle Wells.
Thank you.
Parents of those girls, and I have 3 kids at Union Park, 1 at North Terra Canyon. So from the beginning, this entire rezone process has been a train wreck. The forming of the committee and lack of integrity of some members, delay in moving the rezoning process forward while waiting for the M&O override to pass, which we helped to pass, by the way, making the process rushed while putting us behind schedule for the staffing of teachers for the 26-27 school year, the lack of communication from the district on meetings, information, most everything, a boundary drawn based off of inaccurate data, unclear maps and misunderstanding of maps, starting within the committee after it was voted on, and misinformation spreading to those outside of the committee, conflicting information regarding grandfathering, siblings, etc., an outdated demographers report used, and the absence of it online, as Heather mentioned, although the website says it will be updated as soon as they have it, but it's still not there. I know they received it February 17th, I believe, from the last board meeting. She said she had it. The neglect to get information from transportation until very recently, the huge lack of understanding on the commitment level of the Spanish immersion program, and the fact that students can't be added past 1st grade unless they speak Spanish, so leaving those spots empty. The absence of any other rezoning solutions beyond one demographer's chart, the wrong number of Spanish immersion students affected by this proposed rezone, and the failure of those in charge of the committee to reach out to the school themselves to hear from the principal and double check the data that the boundary was based on. We know from Union Park, the registrar, that they say there's 36 students that will be affected, 36 Spanish immersion students that will be affected by the rezone, but we know it's 70. So the committee's data shows only 36 from transportation, that only 22 actually ride the bus. I'm not sure how bus drivers would know who's in the Spanish immersion program and who's not. My kids were never asked if they were in the Spanish immersion program by their bus driver. So I'm not sure how they got that information. If there's much more. Along with that, the number 2 most important factor in the community survey was stability in current academic programs. There's disregarding of the disparate or discriminate effect of those enrolled in the Spanish immersion program who can't provide transportation to the school. A funky boundary that splits a neighborhood in half, losing a third of our school, which would put risk of losing teachers and staff. If the board can't see all of those issues as concerning enough to delay, my confidence in our district is misplaced. I've always spoken positively about our district to friends, neighbors, and others who go to charter schools. I'd like to do the same. I'd like to continue to do that. As a community, we're very limited in our voice. All we can do is email in, talk at these things, so 3 minutes isn't enough, and mention stuff at public, what were those called? Yes, the public forums. We were told that our suggestions would be brought to the committee, and they never were. Our thoughts and ideas have never been brought to the committee. There's only been one thing ever proposed and voted on. So please take that into consideration as you vote.
Thank you for all the comments this evening. Questions and comments for Ms. Mock and Dr. Galligan on this issue? Semicheck. Turn the mic on.
Thanks. Sorry, I have a lot of notes here that I've been taking as we go. I want to thank the district for the information that they provided today and the updated presentation. What I am seeing in that is that there's a lot of feedback, but I don't see a whole lot of solution for that feedback. And I think what I'm hearing with the people speaking tonight is that they have expressed so often their concerns, whether that be at forums or emails or when they came last month, and yet we don't have those solutions in place. I saw a couple of ideas, but I don't understand how we are supposed to vote on something when it's a suggestion that maybe we have transportation, bring our Spanish immersion kids back to Union Park, and my concern here, and I just want to express this, is that we continue to receive new information constantly. We did receive the demographer's report on Friday in our update, but our community hasn't had a chance to read. And I can't, I just want to share the idea of like making a decision that will affect many communities in this district is extremely challenging when we have asked for information, our parents have asked for information, and it comes back in a way that is just either very unclear or not available yet. And I don't even know if this is more of a question, but kind of more of a statement. But I guess my question is, how are we as board members supposed to make an educated vote when we're still waiting for information and we're not receiving that? And also, how do we make that informed vote when our community is here asking for that as well?
President Carver, Board Member Simichek, board members, the demographer's report that the committee used that came out from last spring is the standard timeline for our demographer's report. They come out every spring. So the one that we used for this was the most updated. Getting the draft last week, I thought I had it in my inbox, so I'm going to correct myself to the public. I thought I had it in my inbox. It was something else from the demographer. We actually received it recently, and in order to help the board make their decision, we presented a draft to them so that they could review it in whole. And what we found regarding some of our most overcrowded schools was not only that they continue to remain overcrowded, but those two schools specifically are seeing the increased growth, and they're actually going to get worse. And so that's why we included that in the presentation this evening. Anything that will change in the draft of the demographer's report that you saw last week would be typos, labels for data charts, things like that. The data that's in the report is not going to change, and what we saw in that draft supported the recommendation at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Monk. Dr. Pack?
Is the demographer here this evening?
Dr. Pack, he is not.
I'm not sure if I have any more questions, but like Ms. Simichek, I'm very concerned because I did read all the emails, unless you sent it in the last 3 hours, which I didn't get to because I work a job. But and I actually drove out to 2 of the schools. I did invite Mr. Carver to drive with me, so learn the lay of the land. But looking at these little maps and driving around, it is very confusing to understand what's happening. And I don't have the experience of being familiar with the area and major roads like Ms. Simichek had mentioned at the last meeting. I did review the 75-page updated demographer's report. And while humans make errors, my point in pointing out errors is always make something better, a better product to rely on. We're making decisions on it. But then, as other people, I often wonder if there's lots of errors in a work product, in spelling or letters or words. Are there errors in the numbers and the calculations? Is it the most updated? It just concerns me. I feel like it's very rushed. Even your presentation tonight had errors. I would have pointed them out to you ahead of time with all my questions, but I didn't receive that till this evening. I'm trying to look at it and understand it this evening. So while I'm happy to hear the transportation, one of the solutions was the transportation, I wasn't able to process that till just now sitting here. So lots of concerns, and I did appreciate, I want to back up and thank you for everybody that came to spoke tonight, this evening, especially the children. Public speaking is hard, so yay, you guys. One point that was brought out by the public was the aftercare costs. We had talked about whether there was going to be aftercare, and somebody had, you had mentioned that a job has been posted, but that doesn't promise that somebody will be hired. But then also the costs. So I appreciate the speaker that brought that up. But, and then also, student well-being should be the forefront of our decisions. But that does go both ways. I mean, as a classroom teacher, overcrowding is not beneficial either. But student social emotional well-being, teachers were amazing. We can figure out how to find more desks and partner, pair, and share on the carpet. But students' well-being, social emotional well-being is is a much more delicate thing to deal with. And while I've heard about some families having to change schools multiple times, maybe it's different kids. If it's one child changing a school during their short little wonderful magical educational journey, that's very concerning. So having mixed information on that is concerning. But just as I consider it, students are our customers. I've been saying that. You know, we need to make sure our students, our customers are being served educationally, social emotionally, and they're not just data points. So, you know, some of my questions are my background in the legal field. When you're making a big decision on a case, you have a giant map. You have pieces that move so you can understand it. I understand you had a, what'd you call that thing? Something Tron? Jumbotron. So it would be, and I understand the process that we do review or preview and then action, but on something this big, perhaps we need to change the process, because if it didn't work out last time in 2021 with a preview and an action, and it's very confusing right now, preview and action, and not going to yield what you're hoping it to yield, then maybe we need to change the process. Bring in the Jumbotron, because I drove out there and I'm trying to understand the maps, and I'm looking at the maps, and then also, why is there not, and can there be options? Because just like in a court of law, you don't indict somebody on all of them. You could pick one or two charges. That's the flip negative side, of course. We're looking for positivity. But why is it an all or none? Why not have an option A, B, or C, or at least an option A or B? Or let's tackle part of this problem with the solution with the Spanish immersion in the bus, but table the other situation so we understand it better. I really dig deep, and reading 75 pages of a report, and I'm still not 100% clear on things. And so I'm not feeling like I'm as informed on a subject to make a big decision like that. And so I'm just saying we need to be informed thoroughly, completely, as soon as ahead of time as possible. One last question. I do have a question. This committee on your slide, I forgot what slide it was, May 5th, 2025, you mentioned the committee meeting. At that time, May 5th, 2025, was it a committee or a working group?
Dr. Pack, members of the board, it was a committee with the same members that are here now.
Okay. Because I know when I reviewed how committees work, and I learned that there's working groups before the budget committee is formed, there's a working group. On the budget committee application, it has parent, and it has to be from the specific school, so each school is represented. And so hearing that we didn't have Union Park parents represented or not as equally represented is concerning. So I was wondering when the committee was formed and if there was a work group before the committee.
Dr. Pack, President Carver, members of the board, again, our committees are formed by representatives from each region, and we try to get membership from each school type, K-6, K-8, middle school, and high school. And so it is not practice to have one parent from each school in the region. The committee would not be as effective.
Okay, one last comment. If you ask the kids, they can tell you how many kids ride the bus. Kids don't forget anything. That's all.
Dr. Finch, you had something?
I think we don't understand what a demographer's report is. Demographer's report is really a projection into the future, and it's done in usually 10-year increments. And so the projection in 2019 said we were going to be in trouble. And we've been getting demographer's reports now for ever since then. So was that 8 years more? Or yeah, from 17. So to say that the report from 25 isn't legit doesn't make sense. It's just the next one is the latest update. So the numbers from 2019 said we were going to be in trouble. This board chose to kick the can down the road, and they got out their own marker and made their own boundaries against my recommendation, against the committee's recommendation, who spent hundreds of hours working on it. And I had to live with that. We had to make our adjustments. We are now, fast forward to 2026, We're in the same predicament. Those numbers were correct back in 2017. And now the newest report, which is in rough draft form, as Ms. Mock has said, it's actually worse than we thought. And I predict it's only going to get worse going into the future. Why? If you haven't driven out there in a while, you need to take a lap. Just this morning, I went by a road and there were some new houses popping up. So that's where I live, actually. So I know a lot about that zone. So Dr. Finch is your superintendent, and we are in charge of using our facilities wisely. And we will not be allowed to approach the community and ask for a bond in the future if we haven't used our facilities wisely. And so it's important that we think about the Deer Valley Unified District issues, not just one building. There will be about 12 buildings that will be impacted with these, and these are all dominoes. They're all connected because one impacts the other. So I think I just want to say thank you to the committee this lap that went around and gathered all the info, followed the process, did it correctly. And again, we are back here again. So really, Dr. Finch has been working on this for 8 years, not just 1 year. Thanks.
Dr. Peck, if I could, let me, Mrs. Fisher or Mr. Botfield, anybody that hasn't spoken yet?
I do have quite a bit, so if you need to go first.
Mr. Botfield, would you like to go first?
No, Miss Fisher goes
Mrs.
first.
Fisher, okay.
Ladies always first.
Ladies always first. Knock
I
yourself
have a
out.
follow-up question. Do I wait?
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like sorry, not to interrupt. We're having a back and forth conversation where things get brought up, but we have to, I think we should address them as they appear and as they're discussed, because
Fair
otherwise.
enough. So Dr. Peck?
A cartographer is the person that makes the maps. The demographer uses the cartographer's maps. My question is on your presentations to your public meetings with the maps. Were those provided to you by a cartographer, or did the demographer give you those maps?
Dr. Pack, President Carver, members of the board, they are included from the demographer.
And then also just a note, because I asked this question, when something is a big decision, you get, medical, you get 3 opinions. A demographer's report is about $16,000, so that would be a reason not to get 3 of them. But I think it's still prudent to inspect, question, and dig into a demographer's report. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Peck. Ms. Simicek, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. I do have some questions based off of what has been discussed so far. I have to bring this back. I have asked multiple times how this committee was formed. I'm getting a general idea of how it was, but it's not lining up. When I very first asked Superintendent how this committee was, I was told it was already formed. It's the same committee that continues on. And then we have been told now several times that this was put out in April, and I've talked with my community about this, and that was brought up. But what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is that many of those individuals, especially that happen to be at Union Park, were not looked at or considered for the committee. So I'm having a hard time understanding between yes, the committee's already been there, it's always been that way, and no, we had this process in April. I really am not understanding why there is a mix of communication, and I would like to clarify that. And on top of that, I've heard also a lot that we bring them in from our high school or one of our regions, but why are we not addressing the community of the schools that are being affected? So we don't have a parent there that is represented by Union, and yet we have parents that aren't even being affected by this and having a say. I think this goes back to community. I received this postcard at some point in the last week. I only check my mail like once a week, but it says that we'll be finalizing, and official vote by the governing board is planned for March of 26. There's no date on there. I have to bring this up because this is not transparent. This is not transparent to our community, and so I again, we have these questions and we're not getting clarification on them, and I would love to know how this committee was formed, and just to address Superintendent, I don't think people are saying that we don't need to have some sort of boundary change. That's not what I'm hearing from the community tonight. What I'm hearing from the community tonight is that we are moving way too fast, and we need to slow this down. If you think about it, and to go back to your question, Dr. Pack, about was that May a working meeting, or was it just set up and then not even revisited it until November after the vote? That's 6 to 7 months of doing nothing. So we cannot count that as active communication within our community. We realistically have had between around 3 months or approximately 3 months of real active having the forum. And I would actually argue January and February, so 2 months of actual forum with presented questions, feedback, and we cannot these are our kids. Like, how are we supposed to make a decision with 2 months of community back and forth and still not seeing solutions to the feedback that we have heard from our community? I do have that is a question though, the community.
I can answer.
Okay, Dr. Finch?
Because my name was used a lot there. Our processes are all the same. They always are. For budget, calendar, fill in the blank, curriculum, boundaries, they're always the same. They all represent by region. The reason why we do that, and if you think about it, this makes sense. If you pick all the people that are impacted and put them in the room, what do you think they're going to come up with? Don't move us. Move everybody else, but don't leave me. So that's why we do it that way. And so we do a regular process of regions, levels, employee groups, parents, community members, etc. So that's it's easy to figure out that this is a problem. We've known this problem since 2017. The committee met back then for a whole year, came up with recommendations, board went a different way. That's fine. It hasn't been a super issue until today. Sonoran and Union are currently over capacity. They are currently over the recommended amount of students. If you haven't been checked out those schools, they are overflowing, and it's only going to get worse. I've been working on this for 7 years because this was a problem back in 2017. So to say that it's been too short, been too rushed, that is not true. We've worked on this. This is the second round, a second bite at this same apple.
Thank you, Dr. Finch. Mrs. Fisher.
Boy, you guys have me scribbling like crazy. I'm going to start with Dr. Pack's inquiry about the process and a new process. The reality is this is a new process. In 2017, it was a new process. Back in 2014, when we started looking at issues, because we had issues back then, a lot similar to the ones that we are still currently facing that have actually gotten worse, we looked at the entire district as a board in a room down there together at a table with our community all around us providing input and discussions. And we looked to even out the entire district because, as you saw, Greenbrier technically should have been closed years ago. But that is still somebody's school. And you have Bel Air, and you have Mirage, all the checkerboard schools. You have these over here. We have a fight of our schools. We were making progress with discussions because we were having them. They stopped. In 2017, and if anybody wants to look up my numbers, they are more than welcome to. I am saying non-weighted ADM from the Department of Education. Have it up on my screen if you want to look and check that I'm not making up the numbers. In 2017, we had 32,881 students, non-weighted, not including preschool. 2019, we had 31,925. The last year, and I'm sticking with the current month. We had 30,335 on our reports. This year we have 29,407. To use a phrase from the Friday update, the sky is not falling, and nobody is saying the sky is falling. What our community is saying is they wish to be respected, they want to have a discussion, and they want to know that their children are being considered, because the child that will be entering that school in 10 years is not more important than the child that's there now getting a positive education. So we need to balance this out. When the can was kicked 7 years ago, it wasn't kicked. You had a much more experienced board members that had been through this repeatedly with our public. We may not have always gotten along, but we sat at a table and we worked together, and we had successful, productive meetings that respected our community, and we made decisions based on that. Somebody here tonight talked about it not being a collaborative process. They felt they weren't heard. I've heard repeatedly, I feel I'm not heard. I feel this information is theirs. This information has, committee was stacked. To be honest, I believe the committee is stacked. It's been stacked. It's the same committee that does everything. And it's the same people that say yes to administration as they're guided. And that's fine. They trust the administration. That's not necessarily bad, but that's not necessarily what this community needs. And when I say this community, I'm not talking about only the people sitting in these seats. These decisions impact everyone from Anthem to Greenbrier and the other two directions as well. If we're not considering the full district, then we're failing somebody somewhere. In one Friday update on 2020, we were told, this is the time because 2 board members might not be here in November. We're going to have new boards, and they may not make the decision, and they may close schools. You go 2 Friday updates down a little further, and it says, we got to make it now because we don't want those new board members that potentially could be here to close schools on us. So we went from us closing schools to crazy board members that might close schools. There is no benefit in statements like that. And when you wonder why the community is, I've read multiple, they're making up their new maps, they're making up their own information, they're making up their own whatever. I've gotten to where I'm not even looking at the information. I'm not even looking at the demographer's information. I'm going to the Department of Ed. I'm looking at their information, pulling my numbers down, and analyzing them myself, because who am I supposed to trust? At this point, I don't know who to trust as a board member. How can they know who to trust? So if they're looking at our data and trying to make sense of it, it's because we're not showing them what they need to see. We're not showing them, hey, these are our numbers. This is where we got them. This is what they look like. Here's our scale. You throw a 40-page demographer's report. I don't know. How many people, 72, how many people are educated in analyzing data? Is there a ton of them? Oh, wait, we got 1. 2 in the room. Dr. Scott, I don't see your hand up because I know you are. But there's not a lot of people who spend their life analyzing data. So how do you expect them to analyze the data you're throwing at them when all they can see is their little kid's face at the end of the night and they want them to be educated? There's valid questions that have been asked. Why have we not eliminated open enrollment? That's a great question. Why haven't we eliminated open enrollment?
We have.
How many? Well, we absolutely have not. If we're telling them that they're going to be able to, and we've already been told tonight that there's students from outside of our district that are in. How many schools do we have in this district that are so under-enrolled that they're on the verge of closing? They're no longer sustainable. Because I know there's a couple at least. Do you have a number?
Ms. Fisher, members of the board, I wasn't sure if you wanted an answer, but that is something that the committee continues to look at. And so that will be future work to look at those under-enrolled schools. We mentioned Deer Valley Unified, or Deer Valley region is a region as a whole that is relatively under-enrolled with multiple schools under 50% and only one that remains at 80%. So the committee has begun to look at those, but in order to not cause any panic from parents whose school has not been considered maybe for a repurposing or something else, I would not mention any school by name at any time in the near future.
So then my question becomes, why aren't we looking at the district as a whole and considering responsible shifts? Because
I can answer that.
when you look at, say, here's the thing, people are funny. People are funny. People like new and shiny. 5 years from now, a gorgeous neighborhood goes up in, I don't know, somewhere over there, because we're expecting them to happen. The people of the area in this school, they may just go, ooh, shiny. I want that new house. And they may decide to move. They're going to get a little bit older. Their kids are getting a little bit older. They're a little bit more stable. People like me, we're getting old. We're looking to move to Florida or Cave Creek. They're going to take our homes. Kids are going to move. Kids are going to shift. We need to look at the whole district as a whole and not us ourselves alone, but with our community and make reasonable decisions. I remember Dr. Tweedy sitting up here saying, why are we going to build a new school when we have schools that are under-enrolled? How many kids do we have at Vista Peak right now? 28? 50? Less? More? 100? How many kids can that school capacity?
Those are
900?
special needs students. Yeah. But we have over 100.
I'm aware of what they are.
Yeah.
I'm aware, but I'm also aware that that building has the capacity for 1,000 kids. 900. Uncomfortably, but yeah. There are shifts that could be made. There are things that could be done, but we don't live in a silo. So when you look at these processes, we went from having a community that worked together and a board that worked together to creating silos. Now we will take a person from each silo and we're going to listen to them. And we don't really care what the parents have to say or the community or the kids, because we have that silo representation. We have people on committees that live here and they're making decisions for, I don't know, Anthem. It doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense what we're doing to these families, because these kids, their education is now. And when I seem a little bit angry, I am a little bit angry, because the impact, every educator in this room either knows or should know the impact of a child moving from school to school to school to school. And I had 6 schools from the time I left 6th grade to the time I graduated. I am well aware of the impact that has. And these kids shouldn't face that. Anyways, off my soapbox. I want to know why the scope is so limited. We're looking at small windows. We're not considering a greater shift with the community. That also gives people time to make their own adjustments. How many of our, I already asked that one. It may be that a major boundaries change is needed. We don't know, because we're not looking at a whole district. We're looking at little windows. Giving time for our parents to make their adjustments, and the neighborhoods they're going to also make the adjustments. I would like before a vote, I would like any valid reason why now. What is so urgent that now is the moment? Because we have multiple intimidation statements in the Friday update to board members. We have multiple intimidation statements that the community has told us they have heard. We have multiple statements of inaccurate data, wrong data, incorrect data, out of context data. I would like to know what's out of context and what that is, because the data I'm pulling is straight from the Department of Ed, and when I'm looking at it, I'm not seeing why this isn't for today. So, number one question, why now? And why not a broader? Those are the main ones. But this is the whole way this has been done is not the way we've done it in the past. Not a real change. This is the new silo way that came in. The new divide and conquer method
I can answer your questions for you.
involved.
I scratched down here a couple of your questions. To say that the committee is stacked, or all committees in Deer Valley are stacked, is a slap at my integrity and my character and the committee's character and integrity. So I don't appreciate that. Yes, we will have a new board in about 5 months, 6 months. So it could have an impact on our future. That wasn't a threat in the Friday update, it's the fact. We don't know what our next board members will look like, and they might look at this differently, and we will have lost a year of working on this. And again, we've been working on this really for actually 8 years, because it was a year before 2019 or 2017 we started working on this. The accusation that we aren't looking at a district as a whole, actually, that's what I do for a living. I'm called the superintendent. This is what I do every day. And I balance the district, and we set up these committees to investigate certain problems that we have, curriculum,
Can you please
salary
not
recommendations.
insult our community? The arrogance
Fisher,
Ms.
nobody-
Fisher,
nobody
it's my turn.
interrupted
I
you.
had to listen to your stuff, so now it's my turn.
But saying that you're the superintendent.
Yeah,
I
that's
know
what you
every-
pay me for.
These people know their children.
Mrs.
and
Fisher, nobody interrupted you. Let him speak, please. You'll have your opportunity.
post the Friday updates.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
The last question was, why now? And I've, again, mentioned this at the last meeting and in the Friday update many times. Multiple reasons. The first one is if we don't make the decision tonight, then we have to wait another full year because staffing starts tomorrow. It becomes with our district is so large, it becomes a domino effect in our machine. Similar to, you could argue, the curriculum issue that was a year ago. By punting that 3 months, it ended up going into the summer, and our PD had to be, it cost us about $100,000 to get subs and get the system retrained because we missed the deadline. So when your superintendent recommends a date, there's a reason for it, and they're all dominoes that fall because we are such a large machine. So timing-wise, we'd have to wait another year. That's pretty obvious, just because of our machine. The second reason, and I mentioned this before, is one of the complaints at our last bond issue, one of the reasons why it went down, according to our community keyboard warriors, is that we weren't looking at our facilities and balancing them and to use them effectively. And so that, I don't think we can stand in front of the community and ask for another bond if TSMC continues at this pace, and we're going to need some facilities. The third reason why that we are not looking at the district as a whole is not true. This section is the one that's the most impacted by TSMC that's in front of us. That being said, I've talked to the demographer, and I know that what's going to happen economically is the houses around TSMC are going to be very expensive. And so it'll become a ripple effect in the whole Deer Valley district. So we do not want to close a bunch of schools on the southern border or the northern border, because what's going to happen is those are going to be the entry points for people that want to work in our zones. So that happens. Again, I've been a superintendent for a long time. This is not my first rodeo. 27 years I've been in this chair. I've been in business 37 years. So I know a little bit about schools. And I also know, I'm also on all those committees or those groups around the state that look at where we're headed. And I'm just like Anthem, they said it would take 20 years to develop. It developed in 9. The same thing is going to happen here. We need to make the decision today because it's not going to get any easier a year from now. And the last reason is Sonoran Foothills and Union Park are overcrowded today. And kids are now taking classes on the top of the stage. If you've ever been in there, there's PE on one side, and there's 70 kids on one side, and there's other kids on the other side trying to get lunch fast enough, but their lines are so long. They have issues getting lunch out. You have the same problem in the library, the playground, the cars in the parking lot. We know they're overcrowded today because of a lack of a decision back in 2017. Back when this board had a chance to correct it, they knew they were going to have a problem, and I quote, "We are just kicking the can down the road." Well, here we are. The can is now down the road.
Thank you, Dr. Finch. Mr. Bodfield, you had something?
Yes.
Can I just make one comment to the community real quick?
Do I have a choice?
I
You
also
do
have a
all
comment,
Okay.
but I can wait till after
I
he's done.
just, I just want to congratulate the community because I will say 2 things. 1, in 2017, your school wasn't there yet. And 2, love grows best in little houses. Kudos to you for having your kids collaborating all over that school, because when kids work together, especially in alternative areas, they grow. So good job.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. Dr. Pack?
Can I get in a comment?
You'll wait till after you
Pack?
talk.
Mr. Bodfield?
Boy, I finally got in a comment. Yeah, I'll be very brief because it's 9:10 and there are kids in the sitting there sleeping or not sleeping. I don't know. First, thank you for coming. It's appreciated. We listen to you. Second, I'm making an offer to the committee. I'm a marketing research analyst. Next time you need to do numbers, let me help. And on that note, I stop.
Thank you, Mr. Bodfield. Dr. Pack?
I do have questions, not just comments. We all agree, I believe, community, board members, certainly district, we all agree that there needs to be action. We're not saying there doesn't need to be action. We do know we do need to balance enrollment. We do know that. So it's not that, but the why now, why have to wait a full year from now? I understand the contracts are going out tomorrow, but if we meet as a board, I don't know, an extra work session or a special meeting and have time to process, get updated information, and then make a decision for the next year, then it won't be so hurry up and do it tonight. And I'm sorry, in 2017, I wasn't around, but I'm feeling pressured to do something because it wasn't taken care of before, and I don't work that way. There's a saying, and I really avoid sayings because I don't like kick the can down the road. It's part of becoming a doctor that was pounded out of me. No figurative language, all that stuff when you're writing academia. But failure to plan is not an emergency on my part. I will use that phrase. So one other question. It was stated, I think Ms. Mock stated that the next committee meeting in March will happen. When exactly is that in March?
Dr. Pack, members of the board, March 25th.
Okay, let me just make sure I have no more questions. Okay, and again, I would, I don't know, make a suggestion, ask, make a motion, whatever is appropriate, that when it comes to boundary changes, because I will be here after going anywhere, any boundary changes from here on, however long I'm involved in school committees or school boards, be different than our other processes for policies or employee contracts, because a preview and a action item is just not enough time. Even with the committees going on for a while, the board needs to get that information along the way or given time. I know we had two meetings grouped together in one meeting last month. I don't know if that contributed to it, but it just feels like we've only had a couple months, like Ms. Simachek had said, to get this actual information. So that's it.
From my chair, this is either we trust our superintendent or we don't. It's really what it's boiled down to. We have a process, and our committee has spent hundreds of hours working on that. And that's what happened the last time. They worked on it hundreds of hours as well. And I understand the political pressure and the pressure to when community members are interested in their section of the woods. Everyone knows we have a problem. And your superintendent's recommending that we follow the committee's recommendation. It is come to this point now. This is becoming a problem. It's a problem today. It'll be a problem tomorrow. So from my chair, it's we either trust the superintendent in the process or we don't.
Okay. My turn? Okay. There was a comment made about open enrollment and why do we do it. ARS 15816.01 was made into law a long time ago. Believe me, I wish we didn't have open enrollment because it would resolve a lot of issues that we have in education today. But that's why we have individualized schools now with different magnet programs, is because of open enrollment, so that we can keep schools open and opportunities available to children. Ms. Mock, a couple of the biggest concerns that came out of the last meeting from the community and that the board asked about was the Spanish immersion children that are attending Union Park and their inability to get to Union Park if rezoned. If I was watching the presentation correctly, that has been addressed and transportation is being offered to Spanish immersion children that would be rezoned. Is that
President Carver, members of the board, yes, that is correct.
okay? And another really big call out or watch out from the community was, so I get my child to school, but I can't necessarily pick my child up. So what are we going to do about aftercare? Because that might put an extra burden on the system. Did I also see that an extra person has been allotted? Now, whether or not we fill the position is the same with any teaching position we have in this district, but the budget has been found so that we can accommodate that request for community ed. Is that correct?
President Carver, that is correct, and Union Park would be a priority for staffing.
Thank you, Dr. Galligan. I appreciate that. There's a lot of emotion in this. I discussed this last time. This is one of the harder things that the district has to do, that the board has to consider. I would point out that there's been a lot of good conversation as to how people would like to see this process work. Some weaknesses, perhaps, some opportunities, definitely. The why now, I guess I would go back to why wasn't it then? And I try not to be too ornery or facetious about things, but if we waited a year or 2 years, we would have a different set of parents upset at us. I don't see any of the parents in here from 5 years ago that got what they wanted. And that's exactly the way that it would be several years from now. Why it is we're not doing the entire district at once, besides of the huge heavy lift that would be, is there's a natural barrier that exists in our district between the high schools that are being affected, high school regions rather, and the high school areas that aren't being affected. And as has been discussed several times already, this committee is an ongoing committee. Phase 2 is starting to discuss whether or not we need to repurpose schools or how we can manage to create the best learning environment for as many children as possible without overcrowding and without wasting resources and funds. Is that correct, Mrs. Mock? Ms. Mock, sorry.
President Carver, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood that correctly. So we're not done.
We are not.
Okay, this will continue to come. And I agree there was a lot of confusion in how this committee was created, but I asked a lot of those same questions when I first got on the board 3 years ago. How are these committees created? And, you know, the committees exist in kind of a state of stasis until the bell is rung and they're needed for whatever that committee was called for. Positions are only opened as people drop off and don't have interest or have moved out and can't participate anymore. I'm part of the confusion, I think, that happened with this particular committee. I did some research. There were people that found out that the committee was going to happen because they participated in the pop luncheon, or they were in a particular meeting, or they were in a spot where they heard, and they were able to fill out the application before it was put on blast to the community. So by the time the community gets it, those 3 or 4 positions that were available have already been filled because it was first come, first serve. I would suggest, and it's just a suggestion, but I would think maybe in the future when we have openings on a committee, instead of first come, first serve, we have an open date and a close date like we do for positions that open up in our district, so that we can get all of the applications of people that are interested, and then whatever we need to do for the process from that point. But there was a lot of frustration from the community, from people that wanted to have a voice that didn't get one, because by the time they got their email, the position had already been filled from somebody that was just a little bit more involved than they happened to be at the time that the information was made. So I apologize for that to the community, and maybe there's an opportunity there. And I believe we've discussed and pointed out a bunch of opportunities of how we can make this process a lot better. I also feel, though, that we've also addressed, besides the how we got here, we have addressed the 2 biggest concerns that the community brought at the last meeting. Every child that wants to continue in Spanish immersion will be able to continue in Spanish immersion. If they did not have a bus before, they will have a bus now. And if a parent is dropping their child off in the morning because they can, and they can't pick them up when school's over, we have addressed that concern also. So what I'm hearing is that kids can continue to go where they've always gone, if that's their sole desire. And if they participated in the Spanish immersion program, they are afforded the extra opportunity to catch a bus. Is that correct?
President Carver, yes, you understood correctly.
And there was some confusion on grandfathering. There was, the website said one thing, something else was said out there in a broadcast. But the way that I understand the information that was presented tonight is if you are currently enrolled in one of the schools and your boundary is changing, you will be able to continue to go to that school. Is that correct?
President Carver, that is correct as well.
And siblings from your family will have priority on open enrollment moving forward if they're not currently in the school?
President Carver, yes, that's part of the same board policy that governs our open enrollment policies and related directly to the statutes mentioned.
Okay. So if I was going to be painfully honest with everybody in the room, we can all be upset that we're not happy with the way that the process unfolded, and we can try to fix it moving forward, or suggest that things get done a little bit differently. But it sounds like we've addressed the biggest issues concerning the kids, which is what I believe that we're all here for. Okay. Correct, Mrs. Mock?
We addressed the greatest concerns regarding the Spanish immersion program and open enrollment, yes.
I'm reminded of a saying that I heard once upon a time, and I wish I could remember where it was, but a good deal is a deal in which both sides walk away just a little bit aggravated at the outcome because they didn't believe what they wanted. And I honestly believe that's what's going to happen here, because we're not going to be able to be everything to everybody if this were to pass. And if it fails, we're not going to be able to be everything to everybody, because we're not going to be able to address some of those classrooms that are in need of help. And with that, I don't believe I have any questions left hanging out there for you, Mrs. Mock. Yes, Dr. Pack, you look like you have something.
I do. I'd like to say my decisions are not politically driven, and they're not under peer pressure. I'm a teacher. I'm a parent. I spent all weekend reading that 75-page stenographer's report because I like to base my decisions on facts. And I do see we need to take care of this problem with the district, because kids and too many kids in one room is not good. But social emotional needs of kids is very concerning. I will mention that in some of the all the emails, I did receive, I think, 2 emails from 2 members that were on the committee. They both recommended that we do go ahead and proceed and vote for this, but they did acknowledge or did comment that it felt rushed and there was lots of confusion with the maps. And those were people on the committee. So I just wanted to share that. And I do love, it's a teachable moment, as we say in education. These are opportunities for growth, for us to do better. And I don't feel like we have to wait a year to do this. I mean, let's find a slow month on the board and maybe work on this and try to make it, of course, not everybody will be happy, but make something that is more amenable to everybody.
Ms. Simichek, yes.
Thank you. I also want to comment on what we've heard of several times about this being a political thing. The only thing political is the fact that I ran an election and my community voted me to this seat, and they voted me into this seat because they wanted me to be a voice for them. That's what my job is. As a parent of the district, as a prior teacher of the district, I feel like I do have a strong understanding of how things work. And I am offended by the fact that it's now being labeled political when the biggest issue here is what our kids are going to go through. And so my job as a board member, number one, is to do what is best for students. And what I think is best for students is involving the community and having them have a voice. And when things are rushed, speaking out against it and finding a different solution. So I have to comment on that political line because I'm done hearing it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Simichek. If there's nothing further, we're going to take a roll call vote tonight. Mrs. Taylor, can you facilitate that?
Sure. I'll go alphabetically if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Start with Mr. Botfeld.
Aye.
Mr. Carver.
Aye.
Mrs. Fisher. Dr. Pack.
Abstain, not enough information.
Ms. Simichek. With a 2-2-1 vote, the motion fails.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Moving on to item number 5, consent agenda. Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board approve agenda items 5A through 5I.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes, ma'am. He's got it.
Passes 4-1.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Next item 6A, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to pre-approve the addenda as presented.
Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Botfeld. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
This one is me. I apologize.
Yes. Oh, Dr. Pack created the motion. Mr. Botfeld made the second. Says you. Yeah.
Passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Item 6B, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board approve the proclamation declaring March Music in Our Schools Month in the Deer Valley Unified School District.
Second.
Ms. Backstrom, anything for us on this?
President
Just happy to be
Carver.
here?
We are awesome.
We are awesome. I second that.
We
Got a
would just like
proclamation
to
read to the board.
We would like to recognize Miss Anna Backstrom, who oversees our K-12 music program. From her heart and her feet and her lungs and her voice, she truly represents music in our schools.
Yes, she does. Speech. Okay. Proclamation, whereas for more than 40 years, March has been officially designated by the National Association for Music Education as Music in Our Schools Month, encouraging communities across the nation to focus on music education. And whereas music education is part of a well-rounded education for every student, as outlined in the Every Student Succeeds Act, and whereas the purpose of this celebration is to raise awareness of the lasting positive impact of music education on the academic, personal, and professional growth of our students, and whereas music education shapes the way our students understand themselves and the world around them, allowing for a deep engagement with learning, and whereas Music in Our Schools Month reminds us that school is where all children should have access to music. And whereas music educators, students, and communities throughout the Deer Valley Unified School District demonstrate the importance of quality music education programs to the lives of young people. Whereas the Deer Valley Unified School District joins our music students, educators, and communities in celebrating the power of music education. Now therefore, I, Paul A. Carver Jr., Governing Board President of the Deer Valley Unified School District, do hereby proclaim on the 10th of March 2026 that March will be celebrated as Music in Our Schools Month, and encourage all citizens to celebrate and acknowledge every day, but especially in March, that music education is an essential part of every student's well-rounded education. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Next on the agenda, item 7A, Dr. Galligan.
Good evening, President Carver, members of the board. Tonight, Jennifer Louie, who is our K-5 ELA Curriculum Instruction Specialist, and I are delighted to present to you the K-5 ELA Committee Adoptions Recommendation beginning in the 2026-27 school year. The process has been focused on selecting a high-quality resource for implementation next year. Tonight serves as our official preview, and we will come back to you on March 24th for action.
Good evening. Transparency and stakeholder involvement were priorities from the start of this adoption process. During the week of November 7th, 2025, we launched a publicity campaign to recruit committee members. We utilized our district website, social media, peach jar emails for parents and community members, and direct communication to staff and administrators to ensure a diverse and representative group of voices. The response was positive. We received 51 applications and selected 32 dedicated individuals to serve. This committee included 20 teachers, 2 administrators, 3 parents, 5 district employees, and a representative from our DVA. This broad representation ensured that our recommendation would be grounded in the needs of our classrooms, our families, and our district goals. Many of our committee members are here with us tonight in support of our recommendation. Could our committee please stand that is here for tonight? And I want to thank you directly for staying for this portion of the board. We did have a few that had to leave, so thank you so much for being committed to this process. The committee followed a structured process to review and set and vet 4 prospective vendors. After that process, we narrowed them down to 2, and the public engagement was critical in our next component of our final decision. From December 15th, 2025 through February 12th, 2026, we invited all stakeholders to review both online and hard copy materials at the district office and on school sites. We reached out via community, newsletters, the district parent-teacher organization, and social media to ensure everyone had a chance to weigh in. We received 161 responses on our public review during this period. It was roughly 85% of the feedback coming from our employees and 12% from parents. While employees slightly leaned towards one of our finalists, McGraw-Hill Emerge, at 57%, our community members were 100% in favor of our second option, Amplify CKLA, and our parent group also favored CKLA at 55%. The committee conducted a comparative analysis of the public feedback to determine if the strengths identified in one option, Emerge program, were also present in the Amplify CKLA. Following this review, the committee concluded that Amplify CKLA effectively addresses the primary needs and preferences expressed by those who initially favored Emerge. Ultimately, the committee's final vote was decisive. 80% of our committee recommended Amplify CKLA to be brought to the governing board. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge our Amplify representative who's come in support of this recommendation, Tommy Gearhart. Could you please stand, Tommy? Thank you for coming. Based on the comprehensive process, the committee proudly recommends Amplify CKLA, which stands for Core Knowledge Language Arts. Our rationale is built on several key pillars. Integrated literacy, which is writing embedded daily to boost comprehension and using that reciprocity of those 2 skills. We have high quality content. The texts are engaging and build deep world knowledge from kindergarten all the way up through 5th grade. This program has proven rigor. It holds a Tier 1 strong evidence rating from ESSA, which is not common, and all green ratings from Ed Reports. And the data integration that this program provides. It natively uses our existing M-Class DIBELS data to drive interventions and student practice. What sets Amplify CKLA apart is its 2-strand approach. It balances explicit, systematic phonic instruction, the science of reading, with content-rich domains that build vocabulary and background knowledge. This ensures our students aren't just learning to decode, but are learning to write and think deeply through a science of writing framework that includes important skills like cursive and grammar. The adoption process provides a wealth of resources. Teachers will receive a comprehensive guides, assessment tools, and digital presentation screens. Students will have access to high-quality decodable readers in K2, authentic novels in grades 3-5, and an adaptive digital practice through the Amplify Boost program. Additionally, our lower grades receive support materials for foundational skills, which include spelling, sound and image cards, as well as big books. Beyond the printed materials, this adoption includes Amplify M-Class DIBELS, a tool our district has successfully utilized for the past 5 years to track student growth. Furthermore, it restores access to Amplify Boost, an adaptive digital practice platform previously used in Deer Valley that earned high praise from both students and teachers. This digital component provides flexible learning opportunities for use both in the classroom and at home. All 3 of these products align to support instruction and assessment across all 3 tiers of instruction to create a very powerful literacy program. Teacher feedback has been extremely positive about the bundling of these products, especially with the Amplify Boost reading. If approved, Our implementation begins immediately. We will order materials in March and April. Initial vendor training for all K-5 teachers, instructional coaches, and administrators will take place in April and May. We will spend May delivering new materials and collecting the retired HMH into reading curriculum. Continuous in-house next steps training will follow in September to ensure success in every classroom.
The total investment for this 6-year adoption is approximately $1.6 million.
4.1.
Excuse me, I flip-flopped that. A little dyslexia there, huh? 4.1 million. This number may change slightly in the next week as we are finalizing numbers. Exact amounts will be shared at the March 24th action team date, but those numbers should not be too different from here. Something to note is this includes all licenses for over 11,000 students, shipping, and estimated taxes. Importantly, what I'd like to also bring to you is by bundling Amplify CKLA with M-Class, DIBBLES, a tool we already pay for yearly, we will save the district approximately $178,000 over the life of this adoption. We believe Amplify CKLA is the right choice to continue moving our students forward for exceeding those proficiency targets.
Mm-hmm.
This item will be brought back to you, as I mentioned, at the next board meeting on March 24th, and we hope if you have questions, you'll shoot those over to Sheila ahead of time so that we can address them with you. And we'll take questions now as well.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for having the QR code, the link, flyers. It was so easy for me to share it to other people. And also having the hard copy out in the lobby. I'm a hard copy person. I went out there and put my paws on it and looked through it. Got to see the books. It was great. You answered my question was if bundling would save us money, because since I signed the vouchers, I see lots of instructional software licenses and renewals, and it gets pricey. So saving money. Thank you for answering the question. One other question, just to clarify. DIBBLES is great. What do you mean by natively, use the term natively using DIBBLES in the curriculum?
Yes. So as you may know, DIBBLES is used for part of our Move On When Reading and part of the state legislature. But the program actually uses that data to inform instruction with the CKLA portion as well as the boost. So all three data points work together to help teachers identify students who have needs so we can address them immediately.
Great. Thank you. Data-driven instruction. That's great. Thank you.
Anyone else?
One more question. So sorry. Cursive. Cursive is being taught?
Absolutely.
And what grade is cursive taught?
Cursive is starting in grades 3, 4, and 5, all 3 grades. It's part of their standards, and it comes with a robust instruction as well as materials to support that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beck. I'm sorry, Ms. Fisher, did you say you had something? Okay.
Sorry. I don't know whether it was if the community member was upset or not, but the question I was asked is, didn't we just already do this? When was the last time we adopted ELL curriculum? Just so that I can answer the question, because I don't know.
Ms. Fisher, President Carver, and the governing board members, that's a great question. We did adopt our current curriculum, HMH into reading, implemented in the 2021 school year. We had a 5-year adoption cycle, and we just did a 1-year renewal this year, so we have completed 6 years. And at this point, each year that is now as a renewal outside of the adoption cycle becomes cost prohibitive.
Okay. Because that's the next question they're going to ask is, well, why are you doing it again? That's the answer. Okay. Thank you.
So I've got a call out from some community members and educators. Grade 5, Amplify CKLA DEI and Social Justice Guide. It starts the chapter, page 1. The concern was, given different laws and things that have been put in place, to be so bold as to just flat out say that, aren't we going to put something in jeopardy by featuring an entire chapter on something that has kind of been outlawed?
That's a great question, and we would always be in compliance with those regulations. That is, when you look at the program, it does recognize that at the beginning of, if you go through it, it's based on pretty traditional, common knowledge blocks, which we can provide that. Yeah, we can provide that those knowledge blocks to you, so you know what the topics are for each grade level and which units they are. And I think we can find that they're pretty traditional and standard. Is there anything else you'd like to ask about that?
No, I guess I was just curious that.
Okay, we'll be sure to share that.
It states it like that, and so I just want to make sure that we have awareness to that. If that's the direction that the committee thinks that we need to go, I just want to make sure that we're aware of what we might be stepping in.
The committee did looked at those things, and that was never a topic that came up that was of concern. Let's put it that way. It was never of concern. And none of our public review comments either also contained any concern with those topics.
And I'm sorry if you mentioned it earlier, but the process, we've gone through the community response time with the survey. And how many responses did we receive?
Yes, it was 60 days, and it was we received 161 responses.
Okay, I remember last time we did ELA, I was nose out of joint about the number of responses. So I'm glad to see we're in three figures on that. Thank you, appreciate it. That's all. Anybody else? Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, item 7B, Ms. Mock.
President Carver, members of the board, I do not have a presentation for 7B, but 7C is queued up on the board. 7B will just be a quick update. Earlier last spring, the governing board approved and then revised in April and May the salary recommendation for the current school year. Part of that recommendation included, with the negotiated solutions team, that if $2 million in unbudgeted additional budget capacity were discovered, that the committee would take a look at those funds and how we might be able to use them. In the M&O budget report you saw earlier this evening, you did see that between the $1.1 million in carry forward we're expecting from this year and the nearly $3 million in one-time funds, that we do have about $4.1 million available. Thankfully, a 2% salary increase equals just about or just under $4 million. And so what NST looked at was being able to fund a one-time payment for staff members in the current school year. This is a result of the furlough day that everyone endured back in January because of the M&O override not passing. And there was an $11 million budget reduction from that. And also because of the budget reductions this year, there was no salary increase. And so since this is one-time funds, with carry forward being a one-time fund and the other funds, which I stated in the M&O budget report, being one-time funds for previously known as Prop 123 and an additional funding for the free and reduced price lunch weight, the committee felt it best to complete a one-time payment. What we recommend, and it was voted on 100% unanimously in favor of by the negotiated solutions team, is a 2% salary, a one-time salary payment that would be paid out at the beginning of May. And to qualify, employees would need to be on active status as of March 31st. The last time we did a similar payment, I believe, was in the spring of 24, and we used same language. We just used a flat dollar at that time based on what was available. And I think that's all I have for this. This is a preview. I'll take any questions. We're going to bring it back on March 24th for approval as well.
Anything for Ms. Mock on 6B? Ms. Fisher?
The reason it went to a flat dollar versus a percentage was because the disparate way that's divided. I mean, it's just, let's face it, you know, the top dogs get all the big pay, and somebody who's maybe not at the top, who actually needs the money kind of gets a little hosed. Did they consider doing a flat dollar? We have some seriously underpaid people at the bottom of the scale. And I also had community members express the same concern that we're always feeding the fat cats and starving the newbies. And that was, I think they were referring to teachers. I'm guessing, I'm not really sure because they said it specifically like that. But I mean, it could be even our crossing guards or whomever. Did they consider a flat dollar amount?
Mrs. Fisher, President Carver, yes, that was part of the discussion. The furlough day being a significant part of the discussion is that a flat dollar rate would not necessarily make up what was lost from the furlough day for every individual. And so this honors more of that. I think the problem that we come into is that with the Arizona Constitution and the gift of public funds clause, that we can't say we're giving you the pay for January 5th for the furlough day because you didn't work, and we can't pay for folks for what they worked. But that was part of the discussion. So it is being called a loyalty payment. But in the end, even after having discussed, and we discussed it at, I think, 2 or 3 different meetings, but in the end, it was unanimously voted as a percentage.
Okay, because, I mean, I understand that, but, you know, a 1 day for someone at the top is a week's pay for someone at the bottom, or sometimes 2 weeks' pay. So, you know.
I can answer that. That's incorrect data. Since I've been here, teachers have received a 50% raise. Our support staff have received 35% raise over this 9 years, and administration has received 25%. That's well-known data. We bring it up every year. So, and we get administrators from other districts every month, and they all take pay cuts to come here. And to say that the fat cats are getting fat is inappropriate.
Thank you, Dr. Finch. Anything, Dr. Pack?
Can I just add, when I first read that percentage, I had asked the question ahead of time, and I want to just share, Ms. Fisher, at my school, we're doing something similar, and I've been there a long time and have more education, so my little flat rate is not much. But it seems like the flat rate would be good, but then when you figure out the flat rate of your percentage, it's hardly anything for people that have been around a long time and experienced compared to the new teacher that just walked in the door. It gets like a giant bonus, it feels like. So when you mention that administrators in our district sometimes may make less than those seasoned, experienced teachers, that flat rate does seem unfair till you're the one getting the flat rate. Then you're like, oh, I want the percentage. So it kind of goes both ways, depending on where you are at. But I get it on both sides.
I just want to clarify, 2% of $100,000 is $2,000. 2% of 20 grand is $400. It's not incorrect data, it's math. As a school district, we should.
Well, when they
do
lost the
math.
day, they lost it based on their actual salary. So the day they lost wasn't flat; it was percentage as well. Correct. So it's related to percent. It's what they lost.
Thank you. Anything further on 6B?
President Carver, members of the board, not at this time, but I'll see you again on March 24th to discuss it again.
Okay. Well, let's have you keep talking to us about 7C. Sorry.
All right, for item 7C, we have a preview of the fiscal year 27 benefit committee recommendation. We do have fewer folks in the audience, but a couple folks from that committee still remain, and so I would like to thank all of those who are on the benefit committee. These are all typically staff, although we have representation from Valley Schools and Brown and Brown that join our meetings as well to provide us information on the state of insurance and the cost of insurance and our self-insurance plan. We had 4 meetings starting in November, January, February, and March. And actually that was changed. It should have been changed to March 2nd was our last meeting. Here is what we talked about. This is some of the initial information that we received from Valley Schools and some historical information that has been shared for the past 4 years as well. You can see, most notably, last year there was an increase to the insurance plan of 11.10%. The district share ended up being 9.8% after using about $2 million in Valley Schools reserves. There was an increase to the maximum out-of-pocket, and the high deductible increase from $3,300 for single family and $6,600 for single coverage and $6,600 for family coverage, and that was for IRS compensation. You can see how from 25 to 26 that the healthcare, the cost of healthcare is increasingly more expensive. You can even see down to 21, 22 where there was no increase to the district or to the employee cost, but 4 tiers were added at that time. And we've seen, I wouldn't even say slowly, I would say exponential increases from fiscal year 23 to 26. And you'll see on the recommendation that it's no different for fiscal year 27. What is different for fiscal year 27 is, I think you're used to some of this information when we talk about salaries, but maybe not so much when it comes to benefits. And so all 3 employee groups are classified or certified, and our administrators worked together to send out one benefit survey to all staff members at the same time. And so we had a little over 1,000 participants respond, with certified obviously being the largest area, the largest participants, followed by classified and then administration. And our staff members from 0 to 10 years come in with a little over 50% of the responses. You can see then the next group would be the 11 to 5, followed by 16 to 20. You can see where the years of service are directly correlated to the number of responses as well, which makes sense. Very few people, a lot of individuals may retire after they get to 30 years, especially depending on when you joined ASRS. But we asked them 2 questions in this survey other than their representative group and their response to their length of service. And question 1, we are seeing an increase to not only to the district side, but to the dependent care coverage as well. The district increase overall was presented at about 11.2%, which is actually under the total increase for Valley Schools groups overall, which was between 15 and 16%. So our increase was a little bit less, but we had some work to do with the committee and determine if we were going to pass that full 11.2% increase for dependent care onto the staff members or not. And what the committee agreed upon was 6%. The district would pick up the remaining percent of that increase. And so the question we asked when we sent out the survey was, do you support the 6% increase for the dependent care coverage? And we ended up with just over between the yes, I strongly support, and the yes, I support this, at the 26.7%, just ekes out the no, I don't support, and the no, I strongly don't support at 26.4%. And then we had just under 48% that were neutral on the question. Our second question is related to our traditional PPO plan. We've had the traditional PPO plan historically, but it changed in 2012, where it historically was a plan that was provided to employee only for no cost or no premium to the employee. In 2012, that changed. That was when we added the HDHP health spending, the high deductible, high premium health savings account. And at that time, we began charging a premium to employees. At that time, anyone who was already hired and on the plan as of June 30th, 2012, basically, was going to be able to keep the plan for a nominal monthly premium. And I think, Jen, it was $30. It was about $30 at that time, but those new individuals that were hired into the district as of July 1, 2012, had a premium of $140. And so 2 years ago, when we did the recommendation for fiscal year 25, we actually closed that gap between the two tiers and brought the new individuals down to $90 a month from that $140, $150 they had. But we still have that disparate premium between the what we call the pre-2012 and the post-2012, where right now it is $90 and $40 a month. And so the committee had great discussion on this item to honor both longevity and to ensure equitable benefits for new individuals coming onto the district. And instead of a full equalization of the premium, the committee recommended bringing the post-2012 individuals down to an $80 a month premium and a $10 increase then to those pre-2012 individuals up to $50 a month. This had much more support with 51.1% of individuals who responded supporting this change, 28.3 neutral, and then 20.6 percent of individuals responding who did not support this. Overall, here is the summary of the employee benefit recommendation. We see that 11.2% increase for the district as a whole, and that is a cost overall to the district of just under $4 million. To cover the increase of the cost, we are recommending using only $1 million from our district reserves. We looked at a 5-year historical June 30th ending reserve balance in order to make this decision, and the data indicated that, as a matter of fact, if we come back to this slide, we can see that reserves were used in 23, 24, 25, and 26. And so the result of that was moving from fiscal year 24 into fiscal year 25, our end of year reserve dropped from over $20 million to about $15.5 million. We lost $5 million in reserve. Part of that's the escalating cost of healthcare, and part of that's the ongoing use of reserves to cover the cost of healthcare. The only thing mostly we are comfortable with this year is using $1 million for reserves. It was very important for the employee groups. It was a bit of a negotiation. My initial recommendation was 0, and we landed on the $1 million, being comfortable with that. That means, though, that $2.89 million, or roughly $3 million, will have to be made up with our M&O budget for fiscal year 27. So when you see us bring that budget forward in May and June for adoption, you will see roughly that $4 million expense for healthcare. There are no changes to the plan itself. The HGHP deductible there on item D is increasing again. And again, this is for IRS compliance. So we saw in fiscal year 26, or this year, it increased to that $3,300 for single coverage and $6,600 for family coverage. The IRS is requiring that increase to $3,400 for single coverage and $6,800 for family coverage. We're going to continue to provide employees with a 2-for-1 contribution into the employee's HSA, but capped at $1,200. And you can see the recommendations above for on 1B for the premium changes for the traditional PPO plan. We do have stop loss coverage for claims, and that amount of a claim where stop loss would pick up is at $400,000. And that means that coverage that we pay for would pay for any medical expenses greater than that for a single incident. Other employee benefits that we have through Valley Schools Employee Benefit Group is our employee assistance plan. Now, you did hear earlier this year where we switched providers for our EAP, and we are now contracted through Valley Schools with ComPsych. We continue to offer both Cigna DHMO and Delta Dental with a 5% employer-paid increase for Cigna. The employees will not pay any increase for that Cigna dental care. We continue the voluntary vision coverage with the new, this fiscal year, Vision Pooled Plan, or VSP. Continue short-term disability, life and accidental death. Continue private security coverage with Allstate, so that is that identity protection coverage at no charge to employees. Continue the wellness program through the Personify app, Well Styles. Through that app, employees can actually earn up to $200 in gift cards throughout the fiscal year for getting annual exams, at the annual physicals, dental exams, so many steps, attending district events such as the health fair. And we're going to continue the flexible spending account and COBRA coverage with our vendor WEX, and with the maximum contribution increasing to $3,400 for IRS compliance as seen on the previous slide. A brief change not associated with healthcare is the Arizona State retirement contribution is decreasing for at least a second year in a row from 12% even to 11.98%. It will probably be a negligible indication in employee paychecks, but there were so many years where it was an increase, and it's nice to have that reducing slightly. And so it reduces for the alternative contribution rate as well. And with that, there are no other employee paid benefit changes. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them, and I'll field them to Jenna.
Any questions for Ms. Mock on this topic?
I just have a comment, and I'm just going to share it now instead of email because I'll forget. Slide 4, I'm a little bit dyslexia happening at VESBG. It's the second bullet point down. Be easy, quick fix. VSEBG, like the rest of the document.
Thank you.
Anything else for Ms. Mock? Yes, Ms. Fisher.
I'm sure you said it, but my brain is fried. I had a board meeting last night that went till 10 o'clock and then drove home 3 hours. So I'm like, what's our overall percentage increase on medical?
It is 106% for fiscal year 25 or fiscal year 25 completely, and we're at 107% of utilization as of February.
No, not utilization. What's our increase? Percentage increase, like
11.2. 11.2.
11.2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Anything further for Ms. Mock? Okay. Next item on the agenda, 7D, proposed Arizona School Board Association political agenda. Everybody should have access to that, one in the agenda and two in Vibe. Same as last year, we need to go through there and pick our top 5. One change, though, from last year is that they only want us to present one outside of the pre-printed ones that we might want to add. I know last year we came up with quite a few good ones, and quite a few of them ended up being discussed and were voted on. So I don't know for the reason that they created that rule this year, but they only want us to bring one. I don't know, Mrs. Fisher might agree with me on this, but after doing this a couple of years, I'm liable to go back and look and see what my document was that I created last year, because if those items are still on there, unless something has happened in your life that would cause you to change your mind, that's probably the easiest way to go back and find what items that you want picked out of that. So that's our homework for the next 2 weeks, so that we can come back and put something together to get that back to the ASBA so that they can do what it is that they need to do. Any questions about our direction on that? We've all been through this at least once.
Just an FYI, some of these items have been on there since 2014.
Yep. Last year, I know they discussed trying to take a couple of them off, but there wasn't enough of us in the room to agree to remove them, so it stayed. But, you know, when to your point, when it's not getting any movement and it's not getting any any play down at the Capitol. Why do we keep beating that drum? But when there's 13 people in the room and 7 to 6, you know, they only need their 7, kind of like we only need our 3. So anyway, any questions on that? No, Dr. Peck, you have something? Nope. Okay, good. So do we have any more calls to the public? Outstanding. Governing board reports. I believe we're starting this way now.
Okay. All right, I'll try to keep it short because it's late. Let me just make sure that. Okay, so of course I reviewed vouchers and so I learned a lot by doing that. I reviewed all the attachments for this evening's board meeting. There's a lot of attachments. I wanted a shout out. I think it was in the Friday update. I can't remember. I've read so much. It's National Procurement Month, and I want to thank you for our DVUSD staff that works so hard to get the stuff that the district needs. A quick shout out to Janet Harvey. I've known her for a long time, and she's worked in the district for a very long time, and I'm sure you'll be missed, one of our purchasers. I also wanted to share that on one of the consent agenda items, item B, the gifted scope and sequence in regards to student well-being and mental health, that the Not My Kid program and resource is listed. So we do have that in our district for some of our students at least. So I was pleased to see that, and I wanted to share that if people didn't know that. I attended the Arizona Coalition of School Board Members winter training. I'm a lifelong learner. I like to learn from wherever I can. And when you go to things like that, I pay for it at my own expense, of course. But I get to listen to speakers like those from the Attorney General's office, which helps me understand numbers more since I don't have the expertise that Ms. Fisher does on numbers. But it does give you different perspectives. It's nice to see and hear and talk to other school board members from other districts in the state. Extremely beneficial because we don't have the open meeting law problems. And so that was something I enjoyed doing. I'm happy to report that I finally have a board buddy date, and I'm looking forward to meeting next week with that person. I also want to reiterate that I only point out errors and typos as a constructive criticism and to move forward in the most professional way achievable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pack. Mr. Botfield.
This is another session of the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, the Big Fish musical at Mountain Ridge High School was sensational. Beyond the performances, the stage set was glorious, even with a wharf that extended out into the audience. The choir performance at Sandra Day O'Connor was also good. Actually, excellent. All right. On February 6th, Arizona families and educators filed a new 2026 ballot initiative to rein in our state's out-of-control $1 billion voucher program, which accounts for approximately 1/2 of the state's budget deficit. Called the Protect Education Act, the new law, which requires signature to get on the ballot, would reduce waste, fraud, and abuse of ESA vouchers. It will also ensure transparency for our taxpayer dollars. It will also help return approximately $440 million taxpayer dollars to Arizona public schools that are sitting in unused ESA accounts. Remember, the voucher program was initially intended to aid disadvantaged and disabled kids, students, which leads us to the bad. There are $10 million in fraudulent voucher purchases. Records of the Arizona Department of Education show that thousands of parents use taxpayer-funded voucher monies to spend at least $10.3 million in just 1 year on banned items, including paying themselves, booking luxury hotel stays, buying condoms, sexually explicit items. 12 News found at least 18,000 ESA account holders, that's close to 20% of the entire program, use vouchers funds intended for private and homeschooling on a myriad of banned purchases. These records that show that Superintendent Horn's office approved all of them. The records show that nearly 84,000 banned purchases were included things like gift cards, electric bikes, custom tires, luxury hotel stays, insurance payments, wedding gifts, even sexually explicit items like condoms, lubricants, and lingerie. That may sound ridiculous, and it is, but that's real reporting from a right-wing news channel. The ugly is still me.
Thank you, Mr. Bodfeld. Ms. Simichek.
Thank you. Okay, just a couple of things. I'll keep this quick. I got to welcome members from our district and our community down at the Capitol on February 25th. That was really fun. I got to introduce them on the floor. That was the beginning of our 21-hour session down there. And then this past Saturday, I attended the Public School Proud event with teachers and Save Our Schools Arizona. It was an absolute wonderful event. It was a third annual. Well, it gets better every year, I swear. I've had the opportunity to go all 3 years. And I wanted to thank Mr. Botfeld for bringing up the ESA voucher fraudulent, something that we continue to try to speak on down at the Capitol. I did get my mic shut off the other day when I tried to speak in regards to some of the information that you just shared, so thank you for getting that out there. Real quick, I noticed tonight when we heard our K-5 ELA curriculum and how it was formed, the committees, we saw a list of like the breakdowns with the names and people's roles. And I'm sorry to just keep bringing this up, but again, I'm confused on how, if all of our committees are formed the same way, but we submitted, an opening and then X amount of people came and applied for it. And then we create that list. That's not what we saw with the boundary. So I'm still remain very confused on how this is formed. Some people keep saying when some people leave, it opens up. Now we're seeing that this wasn't all opened, but we can't really say that all of our committees are formed the same way when they're not. And then lastly, I have requested this multiple times, and I'm going to continue to ask for it since agenda item requests are something we can report on. And I would like to, we heard a firearm bill today in Education Committee before I got here, and just wanted to share that I spoke out on that for the Be Smart program, and I would like to once again have the opportunity for that for the program, the organization to come and speak to the board as an agenda item. So again, this is something I've talked with the superintendent about, and as well as other members, and I would really like to be able to get this heard. And then in addition, Kid in a Corner, we've heard over the last few weeks, we have unfortunately the worst news as a school board member is a child who has committed suicide. And I brought this up before, and I felt like I had a lot of support from members up here on the dais of wanting to hear this this program and have it be presented to the board. So again, I am requesting that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simichek. Ms. Fisher.
I'm going to keep it fairly short just because I'm really tired. But I'll second her request to bring that back. It's not the first child we've lost in our district, and unfortunately it won't be the last. We've lost several. Just in my time on the board alone, I can't count them on one hand. We've lost a lot of kids. It's devastating to everyone. I have grown to like Mr. Botfield. I do not think he's the ugly. However, on this political topic, we are very, very opposite. I'm very disappointed to see such bad reporting, such misinformation. As someone who's actually utilized the ESA program, and I will say I understand there was a time when after they had it so strapped down, they got loose and let people go crazy, and then they strapped it back down. that's consistency that's needed. You're going to find fraud everywhere. Go to the Auditor General's page, type in the public school districts, and you're going to find one after another. We have superintendents who had a procurement that went to a family member. We've had, we've had some really bad ones that have been just catastrophic for various districts. We're never going to resolve these problems by making up stuff and blowing it out of the water, making up things. I spent the last week getting like 600 texts about Legos. Well, I know our district spends $250,000 on Legos every year, or Lego programs, because Lego has great programs for educating kids. And by the way, when I worked for Phoenix Union, I spent a lot of time helping kids go to Europe, go to Disneyland, because Disneyland also has an education program on the back end. So when you see a Disneyland, you see a this or you see a that, the family paid for all of themselves, and they only utilized a small portion. Why do I know this? Because I used it, and it was so hard to use. I barely managed to buy 7 years worth of curriculum that I could actually utilize, a couple of science projects. And at the time when I was using it, you couldn't even get a computer or a tablet. We had to purchase all that ourselves. Now they have to submit full curriculum to get pencils and notepads. Super irresponsible. There's always a bad apple that screws stuff up, whether it's public school districts or ESAs or charters or homeschools. There's always going to be a bad apple that's going to do something wrong. So we need to get some truth, and I would prefer people decline to sign, because our kids are becoming a political volleyball. I hate that we even have an ASBA political agenda. Everybody thinks I'm the political one. My boss asked me a question today about how I thought some war is going to affect, our cost of fertilizer. I'm like, war? What war? He goes, stuff going on in Iran and Iraq. I'm like, I stopped watching the news a year ago because I'm sick of the political stuff, and it's said here, and I'm sorry, but it's not political. Even though I have very strong beliefs, I will fight with you about abortion forever because I believe in life. I will fight with you about my beliefs, but this political crap has to stop, and I'm sorry, but kids are not a volleyball. And we should stop it, and the news should start reporting correctly, and this is just ridiculous. The only thing I actually was going to say prior to hearing other people's things is I would like we always have a list of committee members, how many members, and just a rough idea of the names. It's always on the website. I've been searching for an hour. I can't find who's on the committees, some of them. I would like for the board to be provided a list of all committees and committee members over the last 5 years. Because if it truly is that we have a skewed committee, then that person or those people should be on multiple committees. And we would have those records somewhere easily just to upload them. I'd also like to see vouchers on the board agendas. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. So since we met last time, I was able to participate in the business partners meeting. And I just want to talk a little bit about that real quick. When I first got on the board almost 4 years ago, one of the first places I went was Vista Peak. It's a school right over here across the freeway for those that don't know about it. And it services our special needs kids in the district that require just that little bit of extra love and attention. And Dr. McCusker showed me the library over there, and having a special needs child in my family, I know a little bit about it. And I said, it's a beautiful space. It's a lot of space, a lot of desks, and a lot of books. It's beautiful, but the children here don't really learn that way. What would it take to create some tactile workstations? What would that look like? And it's been a bit of a process, but early in February, Dr. McCusker told me that she had put a plan together, because I'd asked her for a plan. If she were to come to me with a plan, since the bond wasn't passing, well, actually, the first response I got back from her when we were having the original conversation was, well, the bond didn't pass, and we were going to do libraries, but the bond didn't pass. I'm like, okay, well, let's not wait for the bond. Tell me what the plan is, and let me help find people. And so at this business partners meeting, since I now had information, I asked for an opportunity to give a presentation to these business partners. And by the time the meeting was over, Amy, the assistant dean from Vista Peak, was here, and she had somebody approach her that wanted to offer the furniture. Somebody approach her that wanted to offer a blank check. Somebody approach her that is going to supply the software for the tablets that create some of the different type of interactive things that the children can learn from. 3 to 6 different people that offered their labor to help 6 people to help tear down and then build this furniture. And then leading into the Deer Valley Education Foundation golf tournament, I was partnered with a gentleman whose family owns a kitchen cabinet company here in town. And I started talking to him about Vista Peak, and his organization is willing to come in and help out with the cabinets and the countertops that we're going to need for the remodel. So if I read the timeline correctly, Dr. McCusker is hoping to start tearing stuff out here any day now, and in the summertime putting it all back together. So by next fall, if everything falls in the right spot, we're going to have a new interactive multimedia room over at Vista Peak to help it be more the state-of-the-art facility it is for those special spirits that we have in our district. That isn't something that I do because I'm a board member. It's something that I do because I'm a community member with the opportunity to be aware of needs and resources. I was asked by Village Meadows to go out and participate in Read Across America. Miss Taylor, she reached, not this Miss Taylor, but a different one, reached out to me and asked me if I'd come read to 5 classes that ended up being by the time the day was over. From there, we went to the Pop Luncheon, which is always a good experience to see the PTO presidents. Something that happened back at the business partners meeting is some of the PTO members show up to that. And Copper Creek has some new PTO leadership, and they were deer in the headlights. And they happened to be standing next to the Highland Lakes folks, their PTO group. And Highland Lakes has a very successful PTO organization. So we were able to make that connection so that Copper Creek can kind of enjoy some of that same success. And that's something that I try to do when I'm out on the campuses, is identify our schools that don't have PTOs, PTAs, PTSAs, whatever you want to call it, parent-led organization, and try to partner them up with some of our more successful PTAs so that every campus can benefit from that type of an experience. More recently, Aladdin Jr. was put on at Paseo Hills. I was able to go with my family, and I tell you what, like Mr. Botfeld points out during his board reports, if you haven't had an opportunity to go listen to our choirs or watch some of our musicals and our children put on these performances, you're truly missing out. And we finished the week with watching High School Musical Junior. High School Musical, yep, Junior. Nope, High School Musical. It was High School Musical Junior. Put on by Inspiration Mountain. Mr. Helmick out at Inspiration Mountain has been doing a fantabulous job for the last 4 years, so much so that when they put on their productions now, they need a larger space. So they host them at Sandra Day O'Connor because they can get a few more people in there. So that is the culmination of my several weeks' work. Dr. Finch, on to you.
I will be submitting my resignation tomorrow to HR, and including the effective date. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, future board meetings can be found on the district website. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Have a good night.
Pass that to him.
I accidentally wrote on the back of your proclamation, sorry.
I've got another one.
Okay, I'll
Here,
sign that one too.
Sign that one.
Okay.
Stephanie and